Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Yep. 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 Wait, what's that? What's that right there? A giant glowing ball. It's actually a fish tank. Oh no, geez, can't have that. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good morning, my friends. Good to see you. How you doing? What it is, man. What it is. 9 ads. Damn, bro. That's bad timing. All right, what's up, guys? Good to have you in here. Good to see you. Welcome back. It is indeed Tuesday, right? Okay, it's not Wednesday. It's not Wednesday. Yes, that's right. We're back for another week. Yep. It's time. Hey, so I learned something last night. I learned something important. I can't draw when I'm overtired anymore. Dude, I spent 2.5 hours trying to do something last night, and it was not good. I woke up this morning, and bam, I could do stuff. It was crazy. It was like my mind was in a different universe, a different dimension, but I've already had a day, man. I've been up since... Oh, my camera's blurry. Fuck. There we go. Hold on, I gotta change the focus on this. Yes, I've been up since 5:30 a.m. 5:30 a.m. because I have a little gremlin. Configure. Hold on. Focus off. Okay. All right. Yes, that's right. I was up at 5:30 a.m. because I have a tiny gremlin. A tiny gremlin, by the way, that wakes me up at 5:30 now every single day. I don't know why. 5:30 without fail on the dot for the last week. Yuna has jumped and smacked into the side of the bed that I lay on to get my attention every morning for the last week. Today was no exception. So got up, worked out, did some stuff, worked a little bit, I finished the work that I was working on last night, but I couldn't seem to do this. Finished the work this morning that I couldn't seem to do last night. Learned a lot about myself for being tired, and had a great fucking morning. So hope you guys are doing well. Hey, one thing I did do last night that I am very excited about is some Astral Night design. So I need some help here. I need some class design help for a couple things. All right. I need some ideas for a couple more passives, and I need help wording and figuring out the most anime ultimate ability for the Astral Knight. That's right. So, Ash, I'm going to rely on you, as you are the one person that understands fate like no other. I basically want this to be a Gates of Babylon type moment for the Astral Knight. So we need to talk about that a little bit later today. We'll go into mechanics and hang out for a little while doing that. It's going to be a good day. We got lots of projects to do.
Citrus Maxima.
Citrus Maxima. What the fuck? What the fuck? The pomelo? I don't think this is real. Also known as the Shadok. That sounds like a profanity in some language. Ugh. No, I don't want that. Are you kidding? I'm gonna rate that a 4.4. 4.4. No, geez, God, Citrus is pretty good, but that's a polarizing entry, Dury. That was a bold one. I'm impressed. I'm going all over the board today. Summon the power of the moon or another astral body, just like beam attack. No, it needs to be way cooler than that. Way cooler than that. Yep. Thank you for the 100 bits of Dury. I appreciate it. So did some design on that. I was working on a little commission for Cow Two-Face today, because as of the TikTok I made yesterday has the internet believing apparently I can't draw characters that are happy and or smiling. It's the thing that apparently I can't do. I can only draw characters broody and miserable. So I ain't proven wrong. Time to tell him to shut it, get bent. I will prove through internet that I can actually draw a character that isn't absolutely miserable. But that TikTok did do really well, so there's that too. Yes, so today we got a bunch of stuff to do. We got a bunch of art to get done, some characters to talk about, and really the Astral Knight is the thing that I wanted to post today in the Discord. I don't quite know about all the abilities. I might have to post it without some of the abilities, but I think that's okay. I'm not terribly mad about that. We'll talk about it. I summoned Karibo with the magic unicorn horn. What the fuck is a Karibo with a magic unicorn horn? What the shit is that? That's a Monster Hunter thing? Clearly Evan is only capable of making tragic characters that brood over the tragedy of the entire campaign. I wouldn't disagree. Given the previous entries in the art category that I have submitted myself, it's not been good. It's not been good. Let's just leave it there. I really needed to focus up here and make some characters with a diversity of motion other than tense contemplation. There's a forbidden art amongst Astral Knights that many learn accidentally early in their training. Most Astral Knight techniques channel their magic stably and consistently. But if you accidentally or intentionally charge it too quick and too forcefully, you cause magic to detonate in an astral overload known as Sword Breaker. But as each knight typically only has one blade, destroying it is an act used only in the direst of desperations. Okay. So, there's a thing in Astral Sagecraft that extends to the Night Stashing, okay, that are basically forbidden arts. It's the most anime thing about them. These forbidden arts or forbidden alignments are places in the deep sky, places in the deep sky in which one is forbidden to draw power from, as it is too dangerous to do so. Such alignments and such celestial bodies are known to few, are a secret to many. Though, astral sages and knights that are powerful enough can learn these secret forbidden arts. Some could even destroy the user. That fits right the fuck in there. That does. That is an excellent forbidden art. I don't know if I want to make the ultimate ability because that's the level 20 ability. I don't want people to be destroying their sword and not able to actually play their Astral Knight again at level 20. But that's fucking sick. I actually did, so I did write a little bit about it. I need help wording the ability and figuring out the ultimate, because here's what I want to do. It's called Gates of the Eldari, and I need help figuring out what the fuck it does, and how to word it. I basically want them to open up this like portal to the cosmic realm behind them, and I want the light that shines through to give them like a turbo buff for them and their allies, you know, some like super giga Anduin at the gates of Lordaeron kind of nonsense, some ancient channeling of the deep magics of Eldara or something like that does some amazing benefits and passives. I'm not exactly quite sure what they'll be yet, but there are forbidden arts. There are forbidden alignments, dark Empyrean alignments that players can learn through story and narrative of playing the Astral Knight. That's right. Now, would I put this in the class proper? No. Obviously not. It's too dangerous. These forbidden arts are far too dangerous to be left in the class PDF. So there needs to be another hidden document, a scroll of sorts that one can acquire that has a list of these forbidden arts and forbidden alignments. Because one of the things about Astral Knights is they do take Star Wars Saga Edition style talents, whereby you can learn passives that give you sort of a little bit of customization in your class. You can mix them around at almost any point. And those are also things that'll have sort of forbidden buffs. So I'll have like in the forbidden arts for your alignments, there'll be an entire section that is like buff and debuff, really polarizing, really dangerous stuff. You know, stuff like, I don't know, whenever you attack, if you get a 10 or higher on the die roll, you do additional damage or whatever. And if you get a 10 or lower, you suffer damage or whatever. Something like that. You know, crazy shit that's like really feast and famine. So there'll be a couple things in there. But anyway, I got to draw some characters today. We got to do some work. And then tomorrow I decided we're going to actually do some landscape design. So I know it's been a while since I did a landscape. It's actually been about a month since I've done any landscape work on stream. I just had so many characters and commissions and requests and things to do and whatnot. And I will be working on some adventure related things. And I need some landscapes for those. I realized that I needed some like general views of Horizon, of the marketplace, things like that, to try and finish up the art side of the adventure, which is really the last. No, I mean, the tokens and maps are really gonna be the last, because they're kind of a bitch to make. If I'm being honest, it's actually really a big pain in the ass. I gotta figure a way to do it faster. Or maybe in a different style. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know. I'm stressed. I'm not going to worry about it today. Astronauts are trained to use constellations in distant regions of space to draw upon their magics. That's actually true. But most naive or desperate enough knights realize there's an incredibly mighty star they could tap into. Soul, our star. Oh, shit. But due to its proximity, tapping into any of its power risks causing massive collateral damage with both the wielder and its nearby, as power goes wild, searing all it touches. You know, I don't think I've ever actually thought about using the star right next to Eldara as a power source for any knights or sages. All right, got a little bit of work to finish on this character, and then we're gonna quickly get this one done and move on. Maybe we'll start the landscape design today, actually, but I've got a little bit more to do on this character, and then we are golden, man. We're gonna be cruising. I might even finish 2 pieces of art today.
Your character smiles.
Rock,
if in
holy
the US
shit.
they call it a smile, in the UK do they call it a skilometer? Also, it's my birthday, so let me get one bad joke in. Happy Tuesday all.
Oh, Rock, I missed you, buddy. Happy birthday, homeboy. Damn, man. Good to see you, Rock. How's it going? Thanks for 100 bits, dude. Happy birthday, my friend. Good to have you. Where's the fit command thingy? No, I think I need to use the zoom tool. Damn it. Hold on. Let me just get this all set up so I can actually do my proper recording today and get this piece done so I can make another TikTok video to become internet famous for both me and my dog. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, we're good. I thought it was broken. Oh god, it is broken. Oh my god. Okay, I'm good. I swear, we're good. Sounds a good chain of research to have some plucky party conduct. I think I might actually. Good to see you chat as well, dude. Rock, man. Hope you've been good, dude. Hope you've been chilling. Someone, I think it was Steel, was memeing like last week or whatever, and memed a limerick into existence, and I was like, damn, bro, it's been a while since I saw Rock. So a wild Rockford author, been a long time. It has, right? One Sunblade Knight, please, just because the name is bad. A Sunblade Knight. Now, I don't know. Astral Knights are very particular. Also leaves you room for a subclass that is mastered at Sunmancer Sages and Sunblade Knights, the striker variant of each subclass. An Astral Sage that builds their power based on the sun. You know, that actually is a completely badass idea for a subclass for the Sage. Like, not even kidding. That's an incredible idea for the Sages. I'm just trying to figure out if it breaks some of the like lore mechanics implications of how the aura works. I don't think it does. I think it would pose more questions I'd have to answer as to if you could use the sun as a power source. But if all the sages use various constellations and celestial bodies and what they call Empyrean alignments, I don't see why it couldn't work. Wait, I think that
A
could
limerick
work.
in the chat. How about that? Rock appears to a crowd full of cheers and makes puns, but most fall flat.
Ah, Rock. God damn it, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks, homie. Thanks for the 100 bits, man. Missed you, bro. Oh, what's up, Philly? My beautiful guildmaster, Sir Blair? Ah, yes. My faithful guild attendant. One of the adventurers in the Dragon's Claim, off to save the world one meme at a time. You hired me to pitch badass anime ideas? Look, this is why I need to ask you. I trust two people to help me design this class above all else, Ashy. It's you and Thorkin, okay? The Astral Knight, after all, is the most anime class I've ever made, so... Are you preparing a ritual to summon familiar after my classes, Evan? Would that be okay? Yes, so long as you get the paper towels out of the guild closet and make sure you clean up after the ritual. Alright, I am so sick of having to clean up after all of your rituals in the guild basements. God damn it. If you're gonna summon either a familiar or an ancient old one, just make sure we have enough paper towels and stop using the bath towels to clean up after the abyssal monstrosity rituals. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. The ichor doesn't come out easily, so. Black hole sage, well, yeah, I mean, like, black holes are also. So the one thing I haven't decided really, I announced, I proclaimed yesterday with a great deal of confidence that I liked space enough to do space things in fantasy without having to be the astral sea. The one thing I don't really have a good idea of is how do they have any sort of modern understanding or observation capacity for astronomical bodies? How do they know what a black hole is? How do they know and then how do I rename it? So it's like, you might not be able to necessarily differentiate between like a quasar and I don't know, whatever, like other kind of stars or pulsars or whatever. But could you have black holes? Like, could you identify certain magics via some sort of magical astronomy instruments to determine that something is powerful of the void and thus it is a black hole, and something is powerful of fusion, thus is a star of some way or whatever? I don't know that quite yet. I don't know how to quite introduce the kind of the sciencey elements into the fantasy without it seeming weird. But I'm gonna figure it out. It's gonna be good. What's up, JV? Good to see you. Yo, and Human Artista. Oh shit, what's up, guys? Are there any dwarven fella here's? I need to know who are the cool people. Dwarves? I mean, there's a couple of dwarves, man. They're called the Rith in Eldara, and there's a number of them. I don't think I've ever actually drawn a portrait of a Rith or a dwarf or whatever. No one ever asks me for portraits of dwarves. Everyone ever only asks me for portraits of broody sages and astral knights that are somewhat moody and whatnot. Maybe they just always tell new recruits you can't use the sun because of reasons, or every generation has someone who tries it and basically incinerates himself in front of a class or immolates himself in front of the class, and they're like, well, told you? Yeah, I guess. That's not a bad idea. What if it's all like a psyop or some shit? It's a psyop, Ashy. Could also be wormhole-based astral sage exists, like teleportation and whatnot. There is some of that exists. One of the astral knight's abilities is called... It is called Rift Strike. And so you kind of use a portal. You slice through reality, making a melee attack with advantage against any target you can see within 30 feet. So you can basically just like slice in front of you and the slash will kind of appear at your enemy. There's also a big Astral Knight ability called Dark Constellation. Open yourself to the deep sky and briefly connect your spirit to a constellation. This connection bends time and space around it. As a single action, you may make up to 1d6 plus charisma modifier, so that can be pretty big. Additional attacks this turn on any number of targets. So you could make probably like 11 attacks that turn. This is a very high level ability though. You may also move in between each attack. And I might have it be that you just like blink around to each attack or whatever. So that could be a thing. I'm not sure yet, but they do use some portal magic, some light portal magic, not like super like wizardy portal, but They can look in the deep sky with it. With a spell called Astral Lens. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it should be like some sort of like an actual physical object that's like enchanted or something, right? Meteor Knight, who has the blade made of meteor metal and thus channels the power of meteors instead. That can't work for Astral Knights because they're too so the one thing we have to stay away from with Astral Knights is changing or adjusting the weapon they use and the material that it's made of. Those two things are built into the Astral Knights lore at like a sacred level. That kind of thing would be like a legendary, like one-off, amazing kind of like heroic character, 1 in 1,000 year kind of thing. That if you want to tell that kind of story, that'd be rad. But building it into the class mechanics of Astral Knight, I want to stay away from touching the either removing the longsword from them. They all use longswords, and it's all made of the same astral steel because it's important for their arts to be able to use it. So you were healed asking for dwarves, and I can start. I mean, look, I'll take any commission for a dwarf any day. Do you use WhatsApp? Wait, what? What about WhatsApp? It's curiosity about North Americans. I mean, I used to use WhatsApp back like, I don't know, 10 years ago maybe. Like 10 years ago. I used to use WhatsApp with like work, but I decided when Discord really became popular to consolidate all of my chatting on Discord because that's where most of my friends were. And I lost a couple friends because of it. Or not, sorry, lost contact with a couple of friends. A couple of them used WhatsApp, and I lost contact with that group because of it. They never got on Discord, or if they did, I never found out. And then I also lost contact with sort of lost contact with my friend Earl, who I still talk to through text once in a while, but he used Facebook Messenger. So unfortunately, I had to lose one group of friends and one individual friend to cleanse my phone of all the various apps. So no, I used to use WhatsApp long time ago, but not in a while. Do they draw their power from space in general? Do they focus on a particular star, planet, black hole? They focus on various stars, planets, and black holes, Cow. So they have what's called an Empyrean alignment. Yeah, it's basically part of preparing your spells. You have to align yourself to a different part of the sky or whatever. So, good morning, Steph. What's up? I've heard Drift Strike. It's best to do in the rain with my car on a slippery road. It gives +5 to my cool factor. Damn, bro. You got that GTR R34 sword? Holy shit. What a legend. Cow, I started drawing. I didn't quite finish her last night, but I started drawing Talia? There's an H at the end of there. So, I should have done for you today, by the way. What song is it? Oh, yeah, this one's Wrathful. Wait, it's mine. Oh, my thing's not working. Hold on. Let me restart my Spotify. I need to have it up because I need to have my music playing on the bottom of my screen. There we go. I just gotta move that. And there we go. Boom. I think that's good. Oh, no, I need to move that. And make that smaller. And then I hate having to set this up every single day. I always forget like 1 or 2 things from my stream, and it's often Spotify. So because here in Brazil everybody has WhatsApp. We don't use messengers like SMS. Really? Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people I know still use WhatsApp if they're not on the Apple ecosystem. I just personally don't, because I can't stand having more than one like messenger app, whatever, to check. It just fucking sucks. So I used to use a Japanese messaging service for a couple of my friends in Japan that you can get on your phone, but they all went to Discord, thankfully, which is weird because PC gaming and Discord in general is not popular in Japan. There's not a lot of PC gamers, but in the last like 5 years, PC gaming, I would say, has exploded in Japan. It's crazy. You go to like Yodobashi camera, was that it? Whatever, big electronic stores in Japan, and they have entire PC gaming sections with desks and monitors and fucking gaming chairs and stuff. It's crazy. So it's possible to use SMS if you're in Brazil, even though it is illegal. Companies and scammers do not stop sending spam. Oh, really? I had no idea. Caught a glimpse of her a bit earlier, looking amazing. All right, sick, cool. As long as you don't absolutely fucking hate the direction, then I'm pleased enough with that. Question, where should someone begin with learning how to draw humanoid figures? Where to begin with drawing humanoid figures? All right, I'll give you the little rundown here. Well, hold on. I need to close. Okay. We'll go right here so I don't have to... Okay, so when you're trying to learn how to draw figures, figure. Okay, figure is composed of 3 components. All right, you've been here long enough. You've heard me talk about this before. Number 1 is anatomy. Number 2 is perspective. Number 3 is gesture. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. Figure, anatomy, and gesture. There you go. Figure, anatomy, and gesture. So these are the 3 components of learning to draw. People, figures, whatever. Anything, honestly, you can kind of sort into this nice little thing right here. But for humans, you will practice anatomy by learning learning textbook anatomy. All right. That looks like, what does that look like? That looks like grabbing an anatomy book. Okay, I know it's gonna be boring, but that looks like grabbing an anatomy book and learning about muscle groups and learning how to draw specific muscles and different sort of like shapes and forms and how they connect to other muscle groups, understanding how large groups connect with small ones, understanding how the pull and tension of muscles increases on people, and how to draw basically your musculature of a character completely naked in whatever the basic kind of forms. Like it's very technical work, but it is necessary. All right, so we're gonna call it textbook anatomy. Perspective, you actually learn by drilling shapes. So once you have your anatomy done, once you have all your muscle groups and bone structures, and you can draw your skulls and all that kind of nonsense, learning shapes in space is important. Understanding how objects move, interact, and exist in a plane with each other is necessary. This will be boring as hell, but damn it, you won't have to do this for too long. Once you sort of master the skill, you kind of can do perspective drills in other ways for the rest of your career. You don't have to worry about it. Number 3, gesture. You learn by actually it's just gesture drawing, but gesture drawing is really cool. It is the act of doing very quick little shape studies of people moving in space and trying to capture the feel and flow of that movement very quickly. Okay? It's not about correct proportions in anatomy. Obviously, you want to try and be as correct as possible, but it's about doing these very, very simple, very flowing kind of movement sketches, understanding how people and how things move around. Now, if you're ever feeling like you are unable to draw any one of these individual sort of components, you will suffer at drawing the figure in its totality. So if you want to learn how to draw a figure, you can learn anatomy, perspective, and gesture in any order you want. This is also true with almost anything else in art. Besides, we're not going to talk about lighting and painting and color and that whole idea of rendering in, that kind of complete way. We're just talking about drawing right now. Okay? Pencil, paper, pen, all that. So you can look at anything. Faces. You need to learn the anatomy of a face. How the different sort of proportions move within your character.
Have you heard of Evan the tutor? He taught us to draw with his computer. He taught us the human body to draw a mythical hottie. I tried a sketch, but his was cuter.
It's been a while, Rock. Thanks for our bets, man. So, drawing a human face, exact same thing. You want to learn the anatomy of how the face works, how different things are structured. You want to learn perspective as to how to move the planar face. And then you want to figure out gesture, how to draw expressions.
Today I got an email from Twitch and they just said that I have bought 10,000 Twitch bits.
Wait,
but
what?
I don't got any charge for that and I don't have all in my account. Probably someone buy it and spend already. I just got 100 in my account now.
The fuck?
Did it happen with you? I giving you the rest they left me, haha.
I'm so confused. That'd be a big deal if that did happen. So, I mean, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. But, goddamn. The fuck? That's weird. You probably should report that. All right. So, this is how you practice figure. This is how you practice anatomy. Anything. If you want to draw trees and plants, whatever it is. Basically, it's the act of understanding what you're drawing, understanding how to put it into space, and then understanding how to make it interesting. So you can do anything with that skill set. Now, obviously, it doesn't count for things like painting, lighting, whatever. That's a whole nother circuit. But we're just talking about actual drawing today. But that's how you go about it. But thank you for the bits, guys. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, you should probably report that though. That's kind of weird. They just bought you like $100 worth of bits on your account. Can't tell if you're memeing or not. Gesture and perspective. Wait, you don't want perspective, Guapo? You don't like doing perspective drills? Shit, dude. Here I thought you were a serious artist. Now, and then don't forget, as you improve as an artist, you don't actually have to drill those individual things in their most basic form. Okay, so fear not. When people say real artists practice their fundamentals for the entirety of their career, practicing a fundamental at a stage where you are far more accomplished is a lot more fun than practicing a fundamental when you are just starting out. Also, I don't think I said thank you for the follow, Grimby, but Grimbay. Jeez, sorry about that. I think I was monologuing about something nobody cared about. But thank you for the follow, Grimbay. I appreciate you. Honored to have you. Sorry for missing that. Background texture is really beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully it sets my work apart from the masses. I don't know. I made it originally just to help kind of like sell the in-world aesthetic of my drawings, I guess, for things D&D related, but I really love working on it, honestly. Like even doing any kind of sketch fundamentals or practice, I tend to use this texture as well. It's very nice to have a texture when you're drawing, I find, for a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons why it's actually a great idea is for people who suffer from, I guess, what would you call it, white page syndrome, the fear of a blank canvas, the fear of a blank page, the anxiety it brings you, you know. I learned from another artist named Seb McKinnon a long time ago that when he starts a painting, he starts it with a lot of different textures and just makes a big mess on the page first, and then he starts finding shapes in that and then identifying shapes and pulling them out of the piece, which is really cool. But it does help in general to not have yourself get kind of like overwhelmed by the need to, I don't know, I mean, you know what I mean as an artist, right? If you start your Photoshop and it's just this giant white blank page, you're just kind of like, ugh, right? Having a small texture on there or even a frame within your page like this is. This is my recording frame, so I know where to draw within the recording. It also is the portrait frame, right? Mark, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. But having any kind of like thing on your page does generally help remove some of the resistance to starting a piece. So it isn't just for the function of like giving my work kind of that in-world feel. It also actually does benefit me as just a straight up artist. Though I do actually sometimes when I'm drawing, enjoy working on just like a gray tone and not actually having a texture or using a textured brush or anything. It's kind of weird. I don't know. And I can't explain why I like to do that or what the difference, I don't know, the different factor is that has me decide that I want to do it on any given day. It's just how I'm feeling, and I have not uncovered the reason for it yet whatsoever. Art block, how art block? I find it so hard to get past. So Bach, art block is a term that I kind of hate because I think that it's very non-specific. So when you say art block, and I'm not blaming you by the way, I'm empathizing with you but I don't like the term art block because I think that a lot of people use it to mean like 15 different things. So when you say art block, what do you mean? Because some people get art block and they're like, yo, I just can't draw like portraits right now. I don't know why. Or like I'm having hard time with lighting. And a lot of people use it to mean that they just like don't know what to draw. Right? So there's a lot of things to do to help with art block. I think I'm pretty versed in it and I can probably help you out. I just don't know what you mean when you say art block because it could be like 10 different things. So what part of art block are you suffering from? And we will try and fix that shit because the world needs your art. You owe it to humanity to bring your creations into fruition. Me, I adore drawing perspective stuff. I hate anatomy studies because they genuinely scare me. It's overwhelming. So, when you're doing anatomy, it doesn't need to be scary. Like, I mean, really, anatomy's super easy if you break it down enough. Anatomy can be super easy, super fun. And it's super fun and super easy because you can kind of turn your brain off a little bit. So go and find some textbook anatomy, like some good, like I would get a physical anatomy book. Every artist should have a good physical anatomy book. And here's what you want to do. Find some shit like this. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna find some nonsense like this. And you're gonna learn about it. And you're gonna say, great, I'm gonna do a study right here. So this is we're gonna study the bicep today. Look at the bicep. Look at how bicepy that oh shit. Kidding. And you're gonna learn about the muscle groups. So you're gonna understand how the bicep stretches. And look at how much it stretches underneath the shoulder muscles and into the chest muscle. I mean, that's pretty cool. I didn't know the bicep went so deep underneath the other muscle groups. That's crazy, isn't it?
Estoy tarde para la clase con el maestro Evan Blair Art. Yo tengo mi bolito aquí smile.
C. I don't know what I agreed to, but thanks 100 bits, Mel. What's up? So learn about a single muscle at a time. You understand how the muscle works. Look at how much this muscle stretches. How it goes into the forearm. Crazy. Oh shit. So when you're drawing a forearm, you should actually have the bicep and the tricep sort of coming into your forearm. And you study one muscle. Understand one muscle at a time. Understand the different sort of like heads and striations in the bicep and how to kind of draw it. And how it's basically just a glorified, I don't know, balloon cylinder that stretches as the arm is, loose and contracts as the arm moves. And you study one thing at a time. So if anatomy is overwhelming you, I think the problem is that you are making it too complicated. Anatomy is super easy because learning how to draw a bicep is a super easy thing. It's a little muscle. It's like one little muscle. You gotta like draw it 5 times and then you're like, oh shit, this is a bicep. Look at it. It's like half activated. Damn, bro. And then you put like a tricep behind it, and then you put your brachioradialis into it, and then it's a whole fucking process of building. But if you're overwhelmed, you're looking at it in too large of a scale.
I have some more references available in the Stream Topics channel.
Oh
Smile,
shit, okay.
My homework for day 2.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. I really did love the ones you posted yesterday. It made my day better. So thank you. I'll be checking those out. Beat sitting for 2 hours trying to find something to draw. Wait, for what? Hold on. I think I'm okay. Wait. I asked a question. I missed it. Okay, art block. I keep not completing my drawings. I mean, both not feeling like drawing then when you want to, or zero creativity, also not completing my art. Okay, so love drawing feet. I'm not even a creep anatomy. So awesome. So if you're having problems with art block in the sense that you are unable to wait, hold on, what the fuck, am I not recording right now? Shit, I think I'm not. Okay, whatever. Am I recording the process? Why is I hit the recording button, why is it off? Is the vertical not working? Okay, whatever. Okay. how do we want to approach this? So not completing your drawings, not knowing what to draw, and zero creativity are kind of the issues. Okay, so if you're having problems with, we're gonna break it down into all three components there, or two main components. The first is if you're having problems not finishing your work, and you're having problems with creativity, and that's your art block, there's sort of two sides to it. The first is kind of building something, a system that you can be creative within for yourself as an artist. And the next one is kind of, in some ways, a bit individual, but it's a balance between motivation and discipline. Okay? So the first thing, if you don't know what to do, you're not sure creatively, you are spent, you don't know what to draw. This is why I encourage artists to have a project that you're working on. I think that if you have a project that is a larger project that a lot of art can fit into, that's a great way of always having something to draw. So world building, storytelling is a beautiful way of doing it. You don't have to do what I'm doing, create some massive Star Wars galaxy giga D&D world, but just have a little character, a little story, and a narrative, and you build it out from there. Lots of people have stories and narratives within their work. You look at like Ross Draws, he has this whole world, and is it a game world? No. Is it like a cinematic universe? No. It's like a pretty cool, just little narrative that he uses to contextualize his work. So that's really useful. And it seems overwhelming and ambitious, and it kind of is a little bit, but again, you need to break it down to something small that you can kind of tackle. So I would start with, if you like drawing characters, create a character. Create a OC, as the internet likes to call it these days for some reason. Create a character, create a world, create a story, an adventure, whatever, and then you can draw, you know, the things that your character sees if you're really into landscapes and the things they experience. Or you can draw your character in different outfits and different, you know, sort of equipment for their adventures and their travels. It doesn't have to be a fantasy story. It can be real. It can be a character, if you like drawing kind of like more, kind of like Sam Yang, kind of like real modern, like cool kind of, I don't know, more approachable stories, I guess, for the masses. Create a character that just lives somewhere in some cool place in the world and draw them in their daily life. It doesn't even need to be a fantasy project, right? But I think because you're here and because I talk about fantasy all the time, that's the way I'm going to approach it. Create a character, create their, maybe draw them companions, draw their environment, draw some of the things that they see, and you can kind of build a lot of like meaning in your art projects out of that. And you'll never have something, you know, you'll never not have something to draw. This is a really big, really big thing for me. I never ever have a lack of things to draw because I have so much of the world to build out. The other side of your art block is you don't finish your work. Now that is a problem with, one, your reward structure, which is a big thing to tackle, and two, it might take a little bit of discipline. There might be a part of you that just needs to say, I'm going to take this seriously. I'm going to finish my projects. I'm going to work on them. I'm going to put my effort into this. I'm going to make sure it gets done. And even if you kind of don't want to do that last 20% of the piece, you can really, like, I don't want to say force it, but just kind of, you know, okay, get over it, demand it from yourself a little bit. As far as a reward structure that's built for it, the other part of that, you might also not have the right kind of reward structure set up for yourself internally to motivate yourself to finish your work. And so things like that can help with that are, if you record your process or post your finished work, that can help. Obviously, using social media as a thing to build a sense of reward into your work is obviously not great advice for a lot of people, because then we get caught up in things like, you know, likes and follows and whatever. But even if you record your process and you just upload it to YouTube, so it's just cataloged somewhere, Instagram, whatever, make little shorts of it, I don't care, make long full process videos that you can go back and look at your work and see that you've done it, that's great too. Create an album type thing, an art book style thing on an Instagram or a Pinterest or whatever, and make yourself recognize your progress when you make it. Because the biggest reason why we don't actually finish work is because we haven't convinced our brains that it's worth finishing the work, which is, it sucks, right? It sucks when you want to do something and you don't know why you aren't doing it. At any time, at least I've learned, anytime you want to do something and you're not doing it, and you want to do it and you're confused as to why you don't do it, That could be anything from art to work of any kind to losing weight to whatever. Like, these are all things I've had to deal with that I've had to like figure out, why do I want to do this, but I'm just not doing it. What the fuck's wrong with me? It's because the reward structure isn't set up in your brain. So that could be two reasons. One, your brain could be just not set up right for the reward structure, and two, your brain could be fried on other things. So I'd be very careful to not overload your brain with very like satisfying dopamine activating activities, like a lot of video games, a lot of tasty food, and a lot of like excitement that isn't necessarily in the direction that you want. And also try and reward and pad the behavior that you do want. So that's my advice. I don't know. Maybe it's bad advice. Maybe it's terrible. We'll see. I'll see if I'll tell you if it works.
What
What's up,
are we doing
Cedix?
today? Oh look, Motivation 11. Go tell them.
Okay. Okay, dude. Thanks for 100 bits, Cedix. Think I'll paint at my desk tonight and do that recording? Yes, absolutely. I think you should. Britannis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, I mean, look, the recording the process, like I'm not doing the YouTube channel. I'm not doing this for like massive fucking success and clout on the internet. Oops. I'm making shorts out of my work so that I can see the process behind it. Now, I spend like 20 minutes editing the video, doing some meme audio over it, and talking shit about how like people are mad that I can't draw girls that are smiling and shit like that. Whatever, it's funny, it's fun. It's an extra little hobby of making the process video kind of funny and amusing for me to watch, and other people like it, and it's great. So it is good for me in that way. But the main reason why I record my process is not for YouTube views and shit. It's for me.
Wait, motivational
100%.
talking? Encouragement to be better? This isn't the class I signed up for.
No?
I want my money back.
Shit. Well, my bad. I'm sorry, Mel. That's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today. You can't stop me.
Evan is really the Canadian Richard Simmons.
Wait, what? Wait, isn't Richard Simmons Canadian? Also, that reference might be a little too, that reference might be a little too dated, maybe for some of our viewers. Me, I'm on the tail end of getting it, but, what's up, Moose? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Thanks 100 bits. I appreciate that. My brain tells me it's not worth it. Yeah, I mean, so look, I'm very hesitant to give this advice, because I think that a lot of people get very defensive and really, really upset when you suggest that there's certain things that they could do to fix problems in their art, whatever, that they don't want to do. Having said that, I think we can all agree that there's a balance of positive behavior that we can engage with and negative behavior we can remove. And I think a lot of people don't give enough credit to the power of the negative behavior. So I'm not a neuroscientist. Listen. But I tried to learn a lot about my brain to figure out why I wasn't doing shit the way and when I wanted to do shit. And one of the things that kind of was the most crazy conclusion for me is exactly understanding the precise way your brain doesn't give a shit about what you want, but it'll do whatever it feels good doing. So there's a lot of people that I've known that say they can't focus, for instance. And it's like, why can't you focus? Well, I sit down and I start working. I'm like, great. And how long do you do your studies for? And they're like, well, I don't do it very long. I'm like, oh, you don't do 4 hours of studies every day? You only do 2 hours? That's okay. And they're like, well, I do more like 20 minutes. And you're like, you do 20 minutes of studies and then you're bored and you just stop doing it? Like, well, I get bored and distracted. I can't focus. And you're like, wow, that sucks, because you're not going to be good if you don't spend a couple of hours a day doing your studies. Like this, like hate the message, not the messenger, man. Every great artist out there spends a lot of time doing studies and working on these kind of things and improving. Like, don't get mad at me. I'm just presenting the message as is truth and reality. You don't get good by not practicing the thing, obviously. And so here's the component that people are a little, get a little upset about. They blame other things. You hear a lot of people say, well, I can't do studies because I have ADHD. And you're like, okay, fair enough. Like, I don't know, I'm not a doctor. That's between you and your medical professional, whatever. Like, all that, great. But I know a lot of people who engage in a lot of behavior me included, that are not conducive to your brain being able to focus. And if there's something out there that's really tasty, hold on, pause it for a second. That's really
Fellow
tasty.
Scientist here. Brains overall are dumb and need a lot of guidance when they should be the ones thinking for us.
Yes.
Skill sets and behaviors are a mixture of positive and negative behaviors,
Agreed.
just as Evan said. Introspection is important for behavior changes too. Heart, case in point, my brain is angry with a migraine, so old me forced me to stay.
Curry said nope. Yeah. So here's the thing. Your brain will go towards the activities that are the most rewarding to it, regardless of what you want. And so if your brain is fed a diet of Starburst candies, Skittles, and Coca-Cola, when you pick up that strawberry and you take a bite, your brain's going to be like, this ain't that good, bro. And you're like, what do you mean, brain? This is the bounty of the world, the Mother Nature's candy. This strawberry should be delicious. And your brain's like, nah, dog. We got that chemical shit, man. We're used to that high processed good shit. Don't get me wrong. I love that shit. But you have to understand that, like, if you stay away from people who've done this before, if you get off of, like, candies and sweets and stuff for a while, you come back, you eat a grape, and you're like, oh my God, this is the sweetest thing ever. Your brain does the same thing with, like, dopamine. Dopamine's a bit of a hot take word. People, like, have a lot of opinions about dopamine and stuff, so I'm not going to use the D word too often, but it's your brain is rewarded by certain things. If you play a lot of League of Legends and scroll on your phone on TikTok and do a lot of social media shit and watch a lot of, like, you know, crazy high whatever videos, yeah, your focus is going to get eroded in one way or another. And you might sit there and blame, like, oh, well, it's because I have ADHD, or I have this, or I have problems focusing this, or I got this issue or that issue. And it's like, sure, absolutely. I'm not saying that any of that isn't an issue, but I've known a lot of people that have fixed the way they interact with things around them and found that they have a lot easier time focusing on the things that they do want to focus on. So if you have a hard time studying, whether it's, you know, doing your anatomy studies or doing portraiture or whatever, and you can't sit down for more than 20 minutes, on one side, you need to build the reward in your brain so your brain is more, like, excited to do those studies. And on the other side, you might need to lower some of the other kind of, like, activities. For me, when I first started getting back into, like, trying to fix my shit and becoming an artist again, I can't tell you how much effort it took to convince my brain to make art and do things that I was bad at instead of playing World of fucking Warcraft. It was this constant barrage in my brain. So I understand, man. I totally understand. I understand how people get into this cycle. I understand how hard it is. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And it is obviously personal, and people get offended sometimes when you insinuate that there might be something that you could do to not fuck yourself up so bad from a focus standpoint. But I get it. And so for me, I had to completely cut out video games, social media, scrolling, bullshit, all of it. I had to cut out all of it. So the only thing I could do, I could either sit there and do nothing, or I could work on my art. And that worked. It did. It sucked. But it worked. And I was willing to try anything. And yeah, I went too hard, and I have a hard time getting into games again. And that's a struggle that I deal with now. But it's one of those things that, like, if you're trying to kick an addiction, there's not really moderation for some people. And there wasn't for me. So there was no video games in moderation, right? There was no TikTok in moderation. So I have a much better relationship with social media now. When I go to social media websites, I'm very good about scrolling through things that I want to see from people I want to see. My rule of thumb is I stay away from discovery almost entirely. I'll do a little bit of discovery stuff just to see what's happening for like 5 minutes here or there. But like back in the day, man, I'd sit there scrolling my phone for like an hour. And I'd just be like in bed scrolling my phone at like 3, and then I look up and it's 4, and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, I gotta get up and do some shit. So yeah, I'm always very hesitant to talk about the whole brain stuff because obviously I'm not an expert and people have very strong opinions of it. I just think that there's a lot of things that I hear when somebody says that they have a hard time focusing and I ask them a little bit about their lifestyle, sometimes it becomes apparent to me at the very least as to why some of those troubles might be there. So I'm just saying it's something to worth considering, not saying anyone, specifically has these problems or that your ADHD diagnosis is invalid or your whatever is invalid. All that stuff is valid. I'm not saying it's not invalid. I am just saying that there's other factors that are worthy of exploring. So, big one as well is barriers to entry. The more complicated thing is to start, the less your brain wants to do it. Totally. Yep. It'll shut you down. It'll make you tired, actually. Very hot take about this topic. There are things you can do and things you can't do. If you can change your behavior, then you will. If you can't, then it wasn't meant to happen anyway. No amount of practice is going to make me as good at throwing a football as Joe Burrow, except that and manage the warehouse instead. I mean, yeah, for art though, Atari, it's one of those things where I think that anyone can be good enough to you might not be able to throw a football as good as Joe Burrow, and you might not be able to throw a football good enough to be a quarterback in the NFL and make a living salary on it. But I think anyone can be good enough at art to at least make a living wage on it. So it's a bit different. I 100% get where you're coming from, but I do think that art is something that's actually universally accessible to everybody. I really believe that, and I do. What do you guys have on for the background media while making art? I've been putting an ambient soundtrack on YouTube, Big TV, and listen to audiobooks. I listen to, depending on the complication of what I'm doing, I either listen to an audiobook if it's easy to listen to, if it's just some pulpy Warhammer 40k narrative, or Critical Role, things like that. I watch a lot of streams while I'm drawing. But if I'm really needing to focus, I put on some very intentional ambient music. So yeah. Used to play WoW 10 hours a day. Real lose back in my days. I have like 600 days played on Warcraft. I get it. If you cut off the consumption media, how would you find your creative well? The thing is that I think that there are good and there are healthy things to consume and not healthy things to consume. I think.
Visitors, how exciting.
Right? Yo, Leo Val, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, my friends. Welcome. Good to have you all. Hello. How was stream? What are y'all doing today? We're just in the middle of a little bit of an art talk on how to focus. So I don't want to deviate too much from our current thought, but I do want to at least say welcome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Get cozy. Tell me about your stream. Tell me how we were doing today. So the consumption of media stuff, I think that there's useful media consumption and not useful media consumption. I think that playing through a video game that's a narrative video game is a great idea. So Baldur's Gate 3, 100 hours, I would not trade for anything. Okay? Grinding and smashing League of Legends solo queue for the 17th game today, not particularly useful. World of Warcraft. I go back and I play World of Warcraft every time there's a new content patch. I'll play through the main story, I'll look at the place, I'll look at the thing, I'll say, wow, look at all this cool art. And then once the game says, all right, now time to do dungeons for the next 6 months, I'll say, I'm out. I'll see you later. So it's not about removing in media consumption entirely. It's about figuring out what is productive to you as an artist and what is distracting. So go on TikTok, look at the people you follow, look at their art, be like, wow, Evan, that's such a great piece of art. Wow, Steph, your dog's so cute. Oh shit, look at all this art. And then when TikTok's like, hey, you finished this, do you want to scroll the internet and just see why people are mad for the next 5 hours? That's when you're like, I'm gonna close the app. So right now, like personally for me, I had to go very hard to the other side, and I do have a hard time getting into things. I haven't played like a real video game or done anything fun. I have a big problem with it now. So I would much rather take this problem of not being able to unwind than the problem I had before, which was just basically melting in mediocrity and not actually able to get up and activate myself. So I'm not saying I'm doing it perfectly, because I do have problems relaxing, calming down, chilling out. You know, I don't do that anymore as much as I should. And one thing I have done recently is I've made a point this year that I am not doing any work on Saturdays. That's the only day. I'll work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. I'll let myself do that shit. But on Saturdays, I try really hard to not do any work. So like this Saturday, I tried really hard to sit down and play through some Pokemon Shining Pearl or whatever the new one is. with Ella, and we sat down on the couch and played it for about 2 hours, and it was tough. I had to like force myself to do it. I didn't want to do it. I did not want to do it. I wanted to get up and do literally anything else, and I hated it. But I'm trying to be better about that. I'm trying to do stuff like spend time with Ella playing video games and stuff like that. So don't get me wrong, it's not like it's a one method fits all, but for me, absolutely for sure, there's a big component of I had to basically stop engaging with the behavior that was killing me altogether, and now trying to figure out how to re-engage with it in a healthy way is a challenge, but it was worth it. I also think goals are important. You don't have to be better artist than Evan. You have to be a good enough artist to make a living or wage, or to make people happy, or to express yourself. And art is an especially subjective concept. It is. There's a lot of real trash artists that make a living. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, it is. You can always, I mean, yeah, like there is a certain sense of also, if you want to be professional, there's certain things you need to do. But if you want to like be a hobbyist and make like do like commissions and shit and whatever, be kind of like semi whatever, yeah, you can do a lot of stuff. It's just like I'll change the way I talk to somebody about art if I know they want to make a career out of it and do certain things and have goals that are ambitious. And so what you want out of it should also determine how much you're willing to put into it and what the kind of work you're willing to put into it. I do agree art can be mastered enough by anyone to make some type of living from it. It's because art mainly is driven by creativity and not a lot from others forms such realism. Well, sure, and I guess that's the thing. Like the kind of art, it's like why AI art doesn't scare me, because if you're shooting for the top, AI art will never affect you anyway. Yeah, you look at like Greg Grotowski, you look at Jamie Jones, you look at like the master paint, like the best painters of our generation that like nobody knows about because everybody loves the big social media artists. The best painters of our generation, the ones we will talk about in 400 years, they don't care about AI. They're not worried, you know? So yeah, if you set the goal for high enough, then you don't really worry about the challenges and issues, I guess, that you come across with, the day-to-day problems. So the goals are important. The goals are definitely important as well. Made it OBS is a bit borked. Had to travel through Twitch on the browser. Oh my god. That sucks, Lee. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry your stream got smashed by OBS. Well, that's a problem. I'm gonna say those artists say those artists you said that? What a shame. Wait, what? Which artists? Which artists? You know what I mean? I mean, if you take on a very ambitious thing, like in a very ambitious style, a very ambitious sort of like method or whatever, like there's a lot of artists that you like that make a living with surprisingly small amounts of investment. You'd be very surprised. And a lot of artists are surprised too. Like when you talk to, so it's so funny when I tell people that they should show me their 40-hour painting and they groan, they're like, oh, I can't paint something for 40 hours. Like I'm done after 8 hours. I'm not doing a painting for 40 hours. When you talk about fucking Greg Grotowski, he's been working on this painting for like weeks. Weeks and weeks and weeks. He's been working on this painting for fucking weeks. This is like a 500-hour painting in the works. And this is what we remember in 400 years. This is what we remember in 400 years. So if your goal is to be the best, you have to change the way you work, 100%. You have to change the way you think about things. Your goals have to be like terrifying. But it's possible, you know? It's at the very least possible for anyone to be good enough at art. Like I will not be denied. I will be as good as good as Greg Grotowski is at some point in my career. I will. That's not a question to me, because it's not an if, it's a how. But that kind of effort and that kind of dedication terrifies a lot of people. Terrifies me. But I was at a point where I had to sort of choose the pain of that terror over the pain of mediocrity was worth it. So DM7 Art, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. But that's a me thing. You might have different circumstances regardless. But the thing to remember is that no matter what, I think that it's at least making a living on your art is accessible to absolutely everyone. A lot of people that sit there and are scared that they'll never be able to sell commissions, never be able to work in the games industry, never be able to do this or that or whatever it is. I think it's always kind of heartbreaking to hear, because I really, really do believe that art as a professional skill is accessible to absolutely every person. Every single person out there, without question or exception. Everyone can become a very phenomenal artist, a lot greater than they think is possible, with honestly not as much work as you'd think. More work than you'd want sometimes, but not as much work as you'd think. It's a Vandalite. The urge to sculpt whatever you're working on every time I check your stream. Oh shit, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Always honored to have you here. This one's freaking gorgeous. Thank you. This is a NPC from my adventure. She's a request from somebody. So another one of these interesting projects where it was a commission for something for the adventure, which I've gotten a couple recently, and it's been kind of a joke every single time, because how self-indulgent is that to get commissioned to draw something for your own project, right? But I'll accept it every single time somebody wants to commission me to to draw something for my own project. I will 100% take it. Why people commission me to do that, I have no idea. I have no idea what compels somebody to offer me a full commission to draw something in my own world, but I will accept it every single time. I agree with you about being accessible to everyone. True, yeah. I mean, I have to believe that, because I don't think that I'm special. I don't think that I'm talented when it comes to the technical art skills. I think the talent that I have comes from design and storytelling, but I actually don't think I have any talent innate talent when it comes to making art. I've had to grind every inch of my technical ability with my bare bloody fucking fingers, and so I think that I have to believe that mastery is accessible to everyone. Because if I don't believe mastery is accessible to everyone, if I don't believe that in my soul, then I'm fucked. I'm screwed. I better just hang it up and go, go back to the game store or whatever. I'll say pro strat, your art doesn't have to be good if you can leverage other pieces, like being entertaining to watch artists or doing silly art challenges. Can't tell if you're complimenting me and calling me entertaining, Ashley, or telling me I'm bad at art. Or it's both at the same time, because I agree. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot about being an artist in the modern era that doesn't actually involve being good at art. Joy says, lovely. It feels traditional. Thank you. That is the goal. Let's try and make a traditional feel with the expedience of digital tools. That is my goal every day. So I appreciate that. That'd be goals. Pay me to paint my own character and worlds. I mean, that's like I just finished this I have 3 projects still of people that asked me to paint stuff for my own world. This entire silly piece that I did. Where's Instagram? There it is. There you are. Where's me? There you are. This entire piece that I just did. Hold on. I'm gonna hide this. For Aduria, this one right here. This entire piece. It was a full, massive, formal, properly talked about and discussed, ambitious, huge commission painting. What painting is a loose term here, but he commissioned me to do this, and this is actual official art for the Geminos in Eldara for my own project. So if you want to play a Geminos, this is the art that shows up on the top of the page when you read about Geminos, which are basically my world's tieflings for the D&D players, I guess. So yeah, I know it's crazy. I don't know why. He did this as a meme that he was willing to spend hundreds of dollars on. But I'm obviously, gonna take that every single time somebody tries to meme it into existence. So I don't get it why anyone wants me to either people just believe in the project at a level and a rate that I didn't think was possible, or I don't know. But I will accept every single... I don't care how full I am. I don't care what kind of waitlist I have. I will accept every commission where someone wants me to do something for Eldar. It just feels ridiculous, though, on some level. It feels kind of ridiculous when you think about it, though. I don't know. Imagine someone makes you draw an anime boy. And yet no one's asked. One streamer did an art auction where they had prompt wheel, a time wheel, and a challenge wheel. So stuff like draw a Mona Lisa from memory, left hand under 5 minutes. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's fun. I wish I could do art challenges like that. You know, when I first started streaming, a lot of people said like, oh, you should have like channel points redemptions for like draw with your left hand for 10 minutes. Stuff like that. I'm like, dude, no, it's so hard for me to do anything that I have to like focus so hard sometimes. I can't do that. What are you talking about? No. So that's a whole other skill set that I just don't have, I guess. So cool. Yeah, I don't understand, but I will not question it too much whenever somebody proposes that kind of project to me. I will not, what's the term? Look a gift horse in the mouth? I don't fucking know. I have another character to do for Mel, and then one other for somebody else that I don't know if it's going to fully go through, but I'm pretty sure it is. Last time I heard from them, it is. And that's going to happen in a couple weeks, so it'll be a little while before I get that one done, because they asked me once I already had a pretty substantial wait list, which is definitely an issue. I think I need to properly close commissions right now because of the influx of attention that a couple of TikToks have gotten on TikTok recently. I've gotten a lot more requests than I normally get in a week or two period, so I probably have to like close that down, which is awesome but also stressful. I never like to close commissions down. I'm much happier maintaining a wait list than just outright saying no and refusing projects. But I think that now the wait list is like 7 weeks, that feels a little bad. Fire streamer, all my channel point redeems would be ignore me for X minutes. Damn. All of them? Not even ban or unban one of the mods? Or mod or unmod one of the mods? Damn. It's pretty savage. Well, there's a lot of Eldara to build, a lot of worlds to build, a lot of things to do. On the other side of that, like, whole idea about art block and not knowing what to draw, the risk is you have to be able to manage being overwhelmed, because it really is kind of a terrifying feeling when you develop a project and you realize that, like, okay, great, never have to worry about getting like art block, air quotes, ever again. Never have to ever feel blocked. I don't know what to draw. I don't feel creative. Don't feel inspired. Ever again. That'll never happen for me again. Okay, the problem is you now have 10,000 things that you have to draw. The question is, can you manage that overwhelm? Can you manage it in a way that you are going to properly make art and not get stressed out over it? And that's also an issue. It's like everything you do that's like good for you as an artist or whatever, maybe it's like a whole life thing as well, but I think that everything you do that's good for you as an artist will come with a downside or a cost that you have to figure out how to pay. And if you can't, then obviously, you know, you're gonna have problems, and you have to always kind of balance being able to manage the side effects versus the symptoms you're trying to fix, and find the most efficient way of doing it. And I definitely don't do a great job at it. I've done a much better job in the last couple of months than I have, I think, ever in my life. But no, I mean, it's brutal. It's fucking brutal. I mean, you guys saw how much art well, not all of you saw, but a lot of you guys saw how much art I released and dropped and actually completed in 2023 and 2024. It was like not a lot. It was not a lot. You know, to the point where any time anyone would remind me of the art that I have to do still, like, oh, hey man, how's this thing going? Or like, oh, you said you'd do that or whatever. It gave me like a mini anxiety attack. To the point where the only time I'll let somebody talk shit and tell me that I'm like behind on something now is if they throw a copious amount of bits at me and remind me of my rewards. Besides that, I just made Guapo's day. 7 weeks are not bad. Have seen waitlist of several months. Yeah, I know it's not that bad to say like, oh, my waitlist is like 2 or 3 months, but the problem is I did that once before Cow, and I got too many projects down, and then I got really sick for about 2 months, and all I could do was stream like 3 or so days a week, and I couldn't even stream as long as I wanted to, and I got really behind, and it really fucking sucked. Like, it put me behind for like almost a year. So that, like, you know, 3-month wait period turned into like a year wait period for some people, and they were very, you know, understanding, but it still felt really bad. Also because I had like agreed or quoted them on an earlier price point that like then I realized with the art that I was producing I had to spend like double the time on it. So I was doing paintings for people. Like I did a painting for somebody for two characters that I quoted them, I think it was $100 per character for a painting that ended up taking me 40 hours. Because I wasn't because in that year's time I'd gotten better, and like with that time comes, or with that better comes time. Like I think people underestimate how long this style takes. These are 8 to 10 hour pieces, these characters. But some people look at that and they're like, what, this 8 to 10 hours? Are you crazy? No, but like this kind of portrait will take me 8 to 10 hours. It's just the way it is. From everything from design, the early stages, to rendering and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just what it is now. And so I don't like to quote that far ahead either, because like, well, what if I change things up and I figure out how to do something better and make better work? What am I going to do? Make work that I'm not proud of? Of course not. I'm going to do the work to the best of my ability. But if I quoted them for like expecting a 10-hour project and it instead taking 40 hours, it's like, that sucks too. So that's one of the reasons why I don't want to work too far out in the future either. Because I've gotten bitten and burnt on a couple of projects like that. And obviously I don't charge them more or whatever, or quote them more or whatever and say, hey, I know I haven't talked to you in like 5 months, but by the way, I'm more expensive now, so fuck you. That feels really bad. That feels real bad. I'm not doing that shit. Do you have a site for Eldara that I could read more about it? Not right now, Leo. The problem is it's everywhere. There's World Anvil articles, there's art, there's concept, there's mechanics and stuff. One of my main projects for the first sort of like the back half of winter this year, so January, February, was to create in our server a place called Eldara Releases, and I made the channel for it, and it's right here. So it's called Eldara Releases, and this is where I'm going to drop the lore articles, the proper world building stuff so that you can play different characters and different classes, the mechanics for different classes. Because right now we have the channel, the Eldara Development Moot, where I talk about ideas and I get feedback from you guys and stuff, and I just ask about Astral Sages in here. But it's kind of hard to go through and find a lot of the stuff. So the releases channel is going to be the place for that, and I'm probably going to try and organize a substantial amount of releases for it this weekend and next weekend. So it should be populated pretty quickly with a lot of the stuff that we talk about on stream. That's the hope and plan anyway. Fingers crossed. 80 hours? 80 hours would be a lot. I mean, I don't know if I've ever spent 80 hours on a piece since I started streaming. Maybe a painting that I did, but it shouldn't have taken me 80 hours. Actually, there was one painting I spent 80 hours on at least, probably closer to 100, but it doesn't look like an 80-hour painting, and I didn't spend all 80 hours on it. I redid it a bunch of times. Like over and over and over again, because I just couldn't. It was one of the pieces where I was trying to teach myself how to paint again, because when I first started streaming, I hadn't painted in like 6 years. And so I accepted this project, and I realized that after I accepted it, I didn't know how the fuck to do it. And so it took me so long that I ended up not even charging the client for it. I'm like, hey, this is like 6 months late, so I'm not even going to charge you. And she was like, cool, fuck you. Thanks, later. I'm like, okay. No, she was like, yeah, sure, whatever. She wasn't that mad because I didn't charge her, but I could tell she was a little bit upset that I took so long. So I definitely don't want to get myself into a position like that again, where I am at a point where I don't want to charge a client because it's taking me too long to do a piece. So that's why one of the reasons why waitlists are kind of tough for me. See my current project? What is your current project? I would have thought it would take longer just based on the details alone. For a portrait like this, 10 hours, I think that's a little bit unacceptable for how long it takes. Because it means that I have to charge for 10 hours worth of my time. And it's like, that makes these more expensive. I see a lot of artists on the internet that are less expensive than me for like color portraits, you know? And I am like aware of that when I try and think of my pricing. But you have to balance it between like what you're worth and then what your time is also worth. Just at the end of the day, which sucks because it's not always apparent. But yeah, no, I mean, like a full character design is probably a 20-hour piece, if not more, 20 to 25 around there, which is why it kind of reflects that in the quotes. And some people are very mad at it. I had somebody get very mad at me today on yesterday on TikTok DMs at the audacity of telling them that my work was more than $100 per full character design. Had a mixed bag since I started growing on TikTok of clients. Real cool, great people. Also, kind of crazy people too. Kind of, yeah, it's been an interesting adventure. What's the strongest lore-wise character you guys have played in the campaign? Lore-wise character, the strongest character lore-wise is... I can show you, actually. Lore-wise, the strongest character I've ever drawn is Ella Blackwood. There she is. This is my wife's D&D character. After we finished the campaign, her character went on to become an important lore NPC in the world that was sort of responsible for some events. And so Ella Blackwood is the High Lord of the Growlhammer Paladin Order, and she's one of the highest level characters in the world currently in modern Teleria history, and she's about 15th, 16th level, which is about what the highest that a character can kind of get in Teleria these days. Yurna's a good one as well, actually, too. Yurna the Witch is also about 15th or 16th level, and she is down... Where is she? Ooh, pretty far down. Wait, what? Did I not have... Did I pass it? Where's that piece? Where it at? Maybe I passed it. Am I crazy? Did I not post Yurna? Surely I had to have. Most assuredly that piece has to be on here, right? Maybe I just never posted it to Instagram. Well, there's a non-0% chance that I just didn't post it. And if so, get wrecked, get bent, screw you, Evan. Guess I never posted it. Either one of those characters are probably 15th, 16th level. Endrick Avalon, also in that realm of 15th, 16th level. Alara Avalon, also in that realm of 15th, 16th level. I started drawing a character named Starspeaker Ariel, which is probably the most powerful lore-wise character. But I never finished the art of her. But Endrick, Alara, either them, maybe. Yurna, perhaps, or Ella Blackwood. Is it more like a D&D thing? So the entire thing that I'm doing, Leo, is I'm building this whole world, right? But I'm also making a D&D adventure for it because I think that's awesome. So rather than like making a video game or whatever, because I abandoned my concept art career, I abandoned the games industry. I'm making a D&D adventure because I basically get to treat it like a video game with all the different like mechanics and lore and, you know, environments and characters and illustrations and maps and all the kind of good stuff. But I can do it for a game that I don't require a software engineering team for. So I am building a D&D adventure right now, actually, yeah. But I do it first and foremost as a fantasy project, and secondly as a D&D game. I use D&D to help me world build. I don't world build for D&D, if that makes sense. You're going to continue focusing on improving the final product, or do you plan on spending time refining your speed? I'm trying to do both, obviously, but that's a cop-out answer. Right now I'm trying to focus on speed, to be honest, Ashy. I'm trying to focus on speed. That's why I'm doing a lot of these kind of like quick portraits of people. Like, this is not done, but you know, this is like one that I posted earlier for somebody. I'm trying to do these really quick portraits because I'm trying to do them in under 2 hours if I can. So I build them in about 2 hours, and if I can refine the speed, great. For portraits like this, there's kind of not really forcing the speed on it. I kind of just have to focus on detail, and I can't really refine, I don't know, that part of it right now. But it's a good insight, because as an artist, sometimes you have to focus on different skill sets or different like priorities. And I think people don't value the refinement of speed because it just kind of happens naturally for a lot of people. A lot of artists just get faster. I mean, when you sort of hit a point where you're good at what you do, you just get faster at it. You get more confident, more comfortable. I don't know how to describe it. It planned on making it a monocolor, like each character. Wait, what? I'm having a hard time envisioning it, so yeah, please do share it when it's done. It sounds pretty cool. Makes sense to also work on my own world building thing, but so far just focusing on making it a novel. And that's awesome too. Like any kind of art or concept or world building or lore, I think that having a project, regardless if it's like some giant D&D game, if it's like a more like condensed novel, or if it's just like a narrative that you want to tell, I think it's a great idea for artists and creatives to sort of do that. It's really, really beneficial for a lot of people, I think, and it's undervalued. It's gonna be my first big art talk video that I tried recording it actually on the weekend, and it didn't really work out. I didn't really get what I wanted out of it, and I spent about a couple of hours trying to record it. But my first big art talk video, I think I have a good idea of how I want to do it now, is going to be on creating yourself a project that you can work on, that you can contextualize all your art with. And I need to do some more research on different examples for certain people, modern examples and historical examples, like Frazetta and versus like Ross Draws, ILM. It's gonna be a pretty substantial video, I think. I don't know. Obviously, I ideally improve on everything, but I know you mentioned how long some of these take, which does suck. I mean, I see it in the recordings. Like the recording for Ulner's piece was what, 13 hours, I think? No, it was longer than that. Artwork, recordings. Ulner's piece was 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.5 hour streams. So what is that? 16, 17 hours to do Ulner's piece? Now, to be fair, I'm also streaming at the same time. So that kind of makes it a bit tough to say how much of that time is spent just like talking and memeing and shit, but not as much as you'd think. So for an 18-hour piece, I'd probably say it's 12 hours of just solid work. And 12 hours of work is like a lot for the result, I think. So we'll see. We'll see if I can get better at that this year. If I can become faster and more confident and then have to like measure stuff and redo stuff a little bit less. So much of my focus for the last couple of years was getting better, and only now do I feel like I'm at a point where I can be confident enough to actually start focusing on other factors like speed. Only very recently have I started to actually like the art that I produce and think it's actually passable and decent. And even then, I know it's still like vastly underwhelming as far as the masters of our time goes, but compared to where I was, it's a vast improvement in almost the same way. So group finished a low 18 campaign after 3.5 years. My character became an avatar. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Did you get a bunch of lore written for the world around your character after that? I like that vibe. Anytime you can sort of have your D&D characters kind of go into the world as a important feature after the fact is like really satisfying to me. I'm a big fan of that kind of shit right there. Oh, I gotta do the fill layers too. I think, okay, maybe I'll do that actually right now. I'll take a break from this for a second and do some of the fill layers. She's gonna have darker hair, darker, but not super dark. So we'll do a fill 40, I think. 40%, yeah. I'll make it darker if I want, but I'm gonna start with this for now. We'll adjust it. The other thing about projects that really help, it's not just a matter of art block, it's also a matter of like sort of giving some context to your work. It's one thing to draw like some cool knights and dragons and shit. There's nothing wrong with making art for art's sake, really, but sometimes I find if you're just sort of making art into the ether that doesn't like build anything, I don't know, my brain plays tricks on me. Maybe yours is different, but my brain will start to kind of ask why I'm doing something. Why I'm investing all this time into a project. Why am I, you know, why bother with this or that? And that's a painful question to like ask yourself when it comes to making your own art. If you start asking yourself why bother, oh boy, you're cooked. You're gonna have a very hard time motivating yourself to actually work. The balance between motivation and discipline is actually a very finely threaded needle that I think a lot of us get wrong. There's some people that just say that discipline is everything, motivation doesn't matter. Tell that to your brain. Like, seriously. Your brain has evolved to disagree with you on that. However, there's a lot of people who refuse to push through when they don't feel motivated. As if they're not feeling motivated to do something, they just don't think that it's possible. They don't see any point in like trying. So you always got to push through a little bit. But if you can help motivate yourself by having a project where your work is sort of contextualizing your other artwork, then sometimes that can just apply that extra little bit of motivation that you need to get moving and get working and get doing stuff that's important to you. Because, you know, really, like, we only have so many art pieces in us. We have a lot in us, but we also only have so many. So many worlds we're going to build, so many paintings we're going to make. And I want to have a career where I maximize the amount of work that I see out of me. Where I see the best and I don't have to sort of carry any regret about not bringing any ideas to fruition. Yeah, what's up, Azalea? What is up, homie? Good to see you. Goal's got a good advice on that for D&D building. If you're not motivated on this productive task, go find a productive task you are motivated on, or figure out why you aren't motivated to do the task. Yeah, I think that works. I think that's good advice. The only thing I would add to that maybe is just like from my own experience is that sometimes you have to also be honest with yourself about what is considered a productive task. Your brain will sometimes, the royal you, which is me basically, my brain will lie to me about what a productive task is sometimes, and I have to really be careful if I think that like cleaning the kitchen is going to be a productive thing to do, or if I think that working on this world building thing that doesn't actually matter, that's just like kind of like fun and derpy, if that's really productive. Which is why I spent a long time not able to get a lot of stuff done for Horizon, because I was coming up to a lot of barriers in Horizon and I felt really bad about it, and so I was trying to do other things for Eldara. But obviously Horizon should be the most important thing to get done in Eldara right now, by a mile. By an absolute mile. There's like almost nothing else besides maybe the Astral Knight and player options that should be as important as Horizon. Horizon is the entry point for you and everyone else that wants to play this dumb game of mine. And if I don't like get this done soon, I think people lose interest, right? People lose a lot of interest in projects that take too long. And I talked about making Horizon last May, so we gotta get it. Didn't sleep with shit last night? Oh, me either. I get it. I also got woken up at 5 a.m. by my rat dog. Little piece of shit, man. She just wants me at 5:30. I don't know why. She didn't even want anything. She just wants to say hi to me. She's all excited, her tail's wagging. She looks like she hasn't seen me all day. And then I'll give her some attention, and then she'll go back to bed. It's so fucking weird, man. She like stopped. She used to do that when she was a baby, like puppy. Like first allowed out of her crate and into her own bed, kind of like a couple months old puppy. And that was weird. She did that for a couple months, and then she like stopped doing it for like a year and a half or 2 years. Now she's back to doing that shit. I don't know. It's weird. I know VTuber artists sometimes land in similar. Some days they're designing, some days they're shading, some days they're rigging, but they try to always at least have one plate spinning, even if it's not the same plate. Right, yeah, okay, so then as long as you're able to manage like what is considered a productive task, it's a good way of doing it. Poaching the advice from world building, because if you're not excited for building a new dungeon, go work on the royal family tree, or the dungeon might manifest itself from that backstory, and suddenly you've motivated to do that dungeon. Well, and that, you know what, so that does happen then for design all the time for me, at least. I feel that very strongly. Because there'll be a lot of times that I can't work on a piece anymore, and I have to like leave it for a couple of weeks or whatever, a couple days. So I usually accept commissions in batches, and I don't like tell my clients this because they get really upset sometimes when you tell them that you're accepting their and 2 other pieces at the same time. But I'll like to usually work on 2 to 4 commissions at the same time, because that way I have the ability to put a commission down for a little while and not have to think about it for a couple of days and let it sit in my brain. And then when I revisit it, whatever my problems were that I was sort of struggling against have kind of resolved themselves. And if I force it and I'm sitting there bashing my head against it and I'm just like trying to desperately demand that I'm able to fix the thing and do the thing, the problem is my brain's going to be like, yeah, fat fucking chance, idiot. So not trying to brute force things for creativity for me is like a big important thing. Now, if somebody says like, hey, I want this done like pretty quickly, Like, what would it cost to get this done in 3 days? Like, could I do it in 3 days? Absolutely.
Evan, this is highlighting how I do the 4 books at a time reading sprints, then the sprints
Really?
turn into turtle races.
Okay.
Making me look bad here.
Wait, is that actually a thing? $300 bits, Mel. Is that your method? I didn't know that was actually a thing. Reading multiple at the same time? I mean, this makes sense. I'm reading a couple books at the same time right now. But not like difficult books. I'm reading like dumb novels and stupid things and stuff like that. Not like actual academic books that you'd probably be reading. Not trying to make you look bad, goddammit. Batching makes so much sense as an artist until you're rapidly approaching deadline and then they're working on not yours. Yeah, I mean, only a couple of times in my career have I accepted a project for an immediate like turnaround, but I used to do it actually in graphic design. So I built a reputation of being someone reliable when I was working on as a designer, and I had a couple clients that would recommend me out for like, hey, if you need a thing done like right the fuck now, like here's your guy. And it was interesting because I would get projects from clients that would basically go like, hey, I heard from so-and-so at this company that you will take on a project like right now. It's like Friday night at 8:30 p.m. I need this by Monday. I have a presentation for like a new client or a new whatever, or this or that, or this got moved. I need this by Monday. And I'm like, that's a 40-hour project. And it's Friday night. And I have 2 days to do this, more or less. 2.5 days. And they're like, basically blank check.
As a kid, I used to read 4 or 5 books at a time, and I had the perfect memory to go between them when I was in the mood. Now,
I see.
I am revamping my brain with reading for fun, where I am doing short stories and novellas first and then working my way back up again.
I
Training
see.
my brain all over again, and I can't wait. Ivan Blhart.
Oh, that's cool. I like that then. That's a good way of doing it. Well, good luck on that. That sounds ambitious. 600 bits. So I got this reputation for being able to do these projects like really last minute. And so, you know, I'd have a project for a client where it'd be like, a big, like, I don't know, $1,500 project for just like a branding and some kind of like project branding, right? You got a new development, or you want to do a new sort of like logging operation or whatever it is, you know, a new oil something or another pipeline. Who knows? I did a lot of stuff for a lot of Alberta-based industry, and they'd be like, yeah, I need this done by fucking Monday at 10 a.m. and it doesn't need to be printed. It just needs to be digital, whatever, PowerPoint. I'd like it printed, but obviously, and I'd deliver on that shit. I'd work on it for, like, I wouldn't sleep. I'd do whatever. I'd burn, but I'd also charge them 3 times as much. So a $1,500 like project, I'd charge them $4,500. You know, and when you're working with big energy companies, they don't care. The budget's just like whatever. You know, they'll write a check and basically say fill it yourself, more or less. So you can kind of quote them whatever you want for like last minute shit, because they're kind of in a real pickle, in a bind, and they're like talking about like the project's worth millions of dollars to them. Do you think if you quote them an extra $3,000 they're going to care? Absolutely not. But this is also very unique to that sector, in that doing design, not art, but graphic design. But it was really tough, but you'd push through. And I'd usually try and kind of over deliver, and so I'd get stuff printed and I'd like hand deliver it to them or whatever, and I'd just show up at their office downtown or whatever, and I'd be like, hey, I'm downstairs, meet me downstairs. They're like, what the fuck are you here for? And I'd have like everything printed out for them, and they're like, oh, how did you get this printed? It's because I like sent a message to the printer that I used that morning. I'm like, hey, can you come in early at 6:30 instead of 7, and can you do this thing for me? And they'd be like, sure. And then I rushed downtown with it, boards in hand, freshly mounted with spray glue and foam core, and I'd hand them off all their things, and they'd be super fucking excited. And then guess what? Next time one of their projects or whatever, they need it last minute, they'd ask me to do it. The problem is I cannot do that with art as easily. It's much more strenuous on me to spend the time doing that with art, as well as, yeah, I mean, you spend a lot more time on it. You then have to do something in to do a 20-hour project in 2 days. It's not going to take 20 hours. It's probably going to take 35, which is like ridiculous, but that's the way it is. And so you kind of have to plan for it, I guess, in a way. Everyone is different. Every artist will work differently. And there's some things you can work around and get better at, and there's some things you just fucking can't. You have to accept about your process. And for me as an artist, I take a long time, and sometimes I need to leave a piece for, like, if it's a substantial piece, sometimes multiple weeks, which really people don't understand, but, you know, that's the way it goes, I guess. And there's nothing I want to do about it, damn it. I'm not going to fight myself on this. I mean, I can probably get better, but, like, you know, that's also going to take a lot, so. You gotta understand yourself as an artist and work with your strengths and weaknesses, not against them. You can't tyrannize yourself. You can, but actually not for as long as you think you'd like to believe you could. You can absolutely, like, tyrannize yourself and be a brutal taskmaster and force yourself to do things, but that actually is a resource that you kind of have, like, it's, people are surprised at how slowly you restore that well. When you feel like you're squeezing yourself like a rag, like a dry rag to try and get water out of it, you can absolutely do that. But when you're squeezing really hard to get something done, it would surprise you as to how long it takes to sort of return to your natural state after doing that. And a lot of people like to call that burnout. I don't know if I call it burnout. I think I'd call that, like, overwork. Burnout to me is a bit different. I think burnout is a poorly understood and often misquoted and misunderstood phenomenon. I guess it's actually a proper diagnosis now. People actually do, like, diagnose and suffer from burnout as a full proper thing now. But I think that people who are quoting themselves as being burnt out on the internet, I think are often just, like, overworked, which is a bit different in my opinion. Aiko Sato, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah. Also, I don't think I said thank you for 200 bits, Mel, but thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Burnout's a lot more complicated because I think that burnout doesn't actually have anything to do with how hard you're working. I know, that's, like, really contentious to say. A lot of people, when I say that, I get a lot of raised eyebrows. I think creatively especially, but in general, burnout is when the reward you are receiving is not proportional to the kind of work that you are, or energy that you are exerting. You know, we can work very, very hard as humans. We can work very hard if there's an apt reward at the end of it, you know? That's just the way it is. When I could, dude, just like the design thing, when I was told that I was getting a 3x multiplier on a design job, all I had to do was just burn until, you know, 10 a.m. on Monday, and it's Friday night. It's like, okay, sure, let's go. I can put that work in because I'm like, boy, if I do this, I actually don't have to accept another job until, like, next month. So yeah, you can work very hard if you're going to get the results for it. If somebody were to say to you, you can be a professional artist, work at any game studio, and you'll be one of the best painters of all time, all you have to do is put 1,000 hours in. Here's the clock. They put some sort of magic clock in front of you, and as you're working, the clock ticks up. When you stop working, the clock stops. Dude, you'd get that done in 3 days. 3 days, you would get that done. If the promise of riches and power was there for you as an artist, you would get that done in obviously not, but you'd work really hard. You wouldn't get burnt out, you know? Your art's amazing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. My art students say hello. Oh, damn. Hello. Hello. Art students. Lovely. Honored. I'm truly honored. I gotta be on my best behavior that dang. Yeah, I mean, burnout's something that happens, I think, when you are putting your work in, which is why when I was talking about making, like, a motivating factor, a reward for yourself, when you make a reward for yourself that helps your brain generate the right kind of reward's the best word. When your brain generates the right kind of reward structure for your work, you can work incredibly hard. And half the difficulty as an artist is trying to figure out how to set up that reward structure, especially when you're not where you want to be. You know, if you are working at Blizzard Entertainment and you draw cool zombies and badass dragons and rad knights and all sorts of stuff, and you work at your dream job or your dream company and you're doing your dream project, and you're making, you know, $95,000 a year. Though if you're working at Blizzard, you're working in Irvine, California, and your living expenses are somehow $104,000 a year, so $95,000 doesn't seem so good. Anyway, regardless, if you're making a good living at your job and you're enjoying your project, yeah, you can work really hard. It's a real problem and a struggle for a lot of artists that are off on their own for the first time. They finished art school, they aren't in the games industry or wherever they want to go yet, they don't have the kind of clients and notoriety they want or whatever it is, and they're working every single day to try and improve so that they can get there, but they don't have the results yet. That's when burnout also can occur pretty heavily. You're spending 30 hours a week doing art projects. You're spending another whatever, 20 hours a week doing studies. You're spending another 10 hours a week doing creative research. However it goes, and you don't feel like you're getting any sort of like results out of it. That's when you get burnt out. You know, you have another job maybe to maintain your life and living and whatnot, and you work at a game store or a gas station or whatever it is you do, and then you need to go home and work hours and hours and hours on your craft. That's when you get burnt out. So very rarely will I ever give someone the advice to actually work harder when they're burnt out, because I think that if you give that advice to somebody and it's the wrong person, you will incinerate that artist. If you tell an artist that they need to work harder, right, and they're already working very hard to an unhealthy degree, they will burn themselves to a crisp. However, in the rare case that you have an artist and he or she is working very hard, building their craft up, developing whatever skills. Maggie, yo, what's up, dude? What is up, Maggie? How's it going? What's up? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing a little art talk today while I attempt to not fail at this piece terribly. Good to see you. Good to see you, Tals. Good to see you, Gamer Shack. Good to see you, Kasume. What's up, guys? Yo, Maggie, you'll be very proud of me. You can't see it. Maybe you can see it. But I have an additional beta tank there because I found another female koi that I really wanted. And she's right there with a bright-ass light. Bright-ass light in there that you can't see. But now we have Oreo and Sausalito. I don't know why we named them after cookies, but Ella got to name Oreo, and then she forced me to name this one, which I can't. I'll take pictures and post them in Discord. But Maggie, you are basically the only person in my entire sphere, in life, the universe, and the entirety of existence that I think would be excited for me getting betas again. So cheers, welcome in. If you guys aren't following Maggie, definitely change that. It's a good time over there. It's a good time all the time, as they say. I definitely enjoy Maggie as a human, as an artist, and obviously as a streamer. So if you aren't following Maggie, fix it. And also, everybody, welcome from Maggie's stream. Good to have all y'all. We're working on an NPC request. This is a very self-indulgent commission because it is a commission from somebody that wanted me to draw a character for my own adventure. If you're wondering why somebody would pay me a commission to draw something that I was maybe going to draw anyway, it's happened twice this year so far. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to say thank you. All right, here you go. So there's an NPC in my D&D adventure or when the adventure comes out, this is an NPC that you'll be able to go talk to and sell things to, and it'll be a whole cool thing. She'll have her whole like vendor table and all this kind of stuff. And she wasn't going to be a vendor, an NPC in the world, but now that somebody has demanded that I draw her by throwing money at me for it, instead of drawing their own characters, I'm happy to do it. So it's a very important project for me today. But and art by Zvesta, did I say that right? Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. So pumped about it. I know, right? I'm so excited. They're so cute. They're so cute. You tell Maggie she's an artist? Burnout. I was told many times I need to work smarter, not harder. Right? And like, absolutely. I think that's like necessary to like figure out how to work more. Hi, entities. Good morning. What's up? Good to see you. How's it going? What's up, dude? Good morning. Thanks, Sound of Bits Entities. Just to finish the thought on burnout. Very rarely have I told a friend to work harder or to do more work. But I had an instance a little while ago where I was talking to a very good friend of mine. She's an artist, and she was feeling really burnt out and really unmotivated and really like she just can't get her shit together and make art. And I talked to her for a while, and to me it seemed obvious and apparent that she just wasn't getting the rewards that she needed to feel like she can kind of keep pushing through. And so even though she was working literally 40 hours a week, making art, doing stuff, struggling by, grinding, clawing every single piece, every single line, I said, I think you should start another project in your free time. And she's like, how do I start a project in my free time? I'm just going to fall down at the end of the day and just like collapse. I'm like, I know. But it really sounds like you have ideas that you need to get out into the world and like a project you need to do for yourself and for your own development as an artist and grow from. And I think you should force that time. And so it was really tough for her because she, like, when you're burnt out, you don't have energy to do anything. Part of burnout is your body, your brain stops giving you the mechanisms of forward momentum. You're tired, you're low energy, you're unmotivated, you are toast, man, you're crisped. And so how do you then willingly shoulder another burden of like another project in a week? It's like tough. But it was for her and for me at times exactly what she needed. And she like starts doing this thing. She starts doing a little bit of sketching in the evening, gets a little energy, gets a little momentum, starts building this thing she wanted to build for a long time, telling this story. Within a couple of weeks, she was like, dude, I'm working way more than I was before. And I don't know where this energy came from, but I can work like way longer hours and not get tired, not get burnt out. And I think that's important once in a while to like understand if you're burnt out, sometimes it can be because you're not getting a reward. And so you can either take away some of the work that isn't giving you a reward and do work that is rewarding, or sometimes you have to add it on anyway, which sucks. If you're stuck and you're locked in 40 hours of this, that, whatever, you can't find any more time. And on your days off, you just crumble into a pile of whatever you crumble into, man. I don't know, Doritos bags and pop cans and a warm blanket and a World of Warcraft screen. Shut up. You know, that extra reward can be very motivating. And so one of the things that I did for like this year is I said, even though I'm tired, even though I'm like burnt, even though I'm messed up, whatever, I want to stop doing stuff that isn't fun, isn't rewarding, isn't good. And I want to start doing things that are important to me, which is why I just added an extra day for streaming. And so even though I've streamed more than I ever have in the past month, in any month since I started streaming ever on Twitch, I feel way more energized because I'm actually seeing work get done. I'm seeing the projects come together. I go look, like I told you, the reason why I started doing my YouTube like videos and recording my process, this is not for like growth. This is not so that I become some giga well-known famous artist on the internet. I have 300 subscribers. I'm a nobody. Like, as far as the internet's concerned, I am a nobody everywhere. But the reason I do this is because to me, when I can go back and I can see the process of the work I did, it helps remind me that I'm accomplishing things. And so now I have to like edit videos at the end of the day and add on that extra bit of work, and it's like tiring, exhausting, whatever. But for me, that extra amount of work that I invite in, that extra hour or two of work that I put on myself every day, gives me the energy to push forward on everything else. So it's really valuable, but it's dangerous. I wouldn't tell just everyone straight out, if you're feeling burnt out, you need to work harder, because I think that that's the kind of advice that will absolutely destroy somebody who hears it and does definitely need to take a break and chill the fuck out. That'll you can always destroy an artist by giving them the wrong advice, I think, which is why individual art mentorship and in-person education is so important. And although you can learn a great deal from YouTube and Twitch and learning from artists, I always think that the best way to sort of get through any kind of problems is to talk to someone specifically as a mentor. Because like the only reason why I was able to give that friend that advice, because she sounded like she was like going through something that I was going through earlier, and I was given that advice and helped me, so I passed it on to her. The only reason I gave it to her is because I knew her so well. And like, if somebody comes to my chat first message is, I'm burnt out, as an artist, what do I do? I would not tell them to work harder. The default would be chill out and relax, like breathe, it's okay. Because I don't want to tell that person who maybe is overworking themselves and would not be able to handle inviting on an extra giant amount of work. I would not want to tell them to work harder and see them just destroy themselves at the altar of improvement. Like right from Maggie, art looks awesome. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Bully Maggie and having confidence as an artist, one stream at a time. Excellent, excellent. That is a cause that I can get behind. Maggie's work is fantastic, and I'm a fan. I'm an enjoyer. So continue the bullying, please, and thank you. It's tough though. It's really tough to understand like how to improve as an artist, and the entire thing is just so brutal. It's so taxing, it's so draining, it's so complicated. But I think the more you understand about your brain, the better you are off. And understanding the modern world and the challenges we have that we didn't have in like the Byzantine era when we were drawing for, you know, churches and patrons and shit like that. We have a lot of challenges today that we, to be fair, they had a lot of challenges 500 years ago that we don't have today. You know, that's I'm not saying that it's harder today than it was back then, but it's different. It's definitely different, and it's a different sort of skill that one must cultivate to become an artist in the modern era. There's a lot of things competing for you and your attention and your well-being. And for me, I was losing that battle very badly for a long time. I was losing terribly. So I get it. Welcome back, Felly. Welcome back. I do feel on that though. I made more art in the past month than I had in 6, being super burnt out and feeling way better now than before, despite working more. Right, and anytime you can sort of reframe your reward structure, I think is good as an artist. Because if you have the right reward structure set up, you can do anything. You can do anything. You accomplish anything. It's crazy. And if you don't have the right kind of reward structure set up, you're not going to win that fight. Your brain's going to win it every time. You are not smarter than your brain is brain. To put it in the most technical academic terms possible. You are not smarter than your brain is brain. That's a quote, by the way. You can put that on my fucking resume or whatever. I don't know. It's definitely important to understand and work with your brain as opposed to try and force it and beat into submission, because you won't win that battle. You can't. The part of your brain that like wants to do whatever it wants and values things and their motivation reward structure, that part of your brain is so much older than the part of your brain that does the thinking. The part of your brain that objectively knows what's good for you is not more powerful than the part of your brain that thinks it knows what's good for you. And so you have to kind of work with that side of yourself. Understand it. A massive lesson that I had to learn that really was helped by my like weight loss journey, man. Oh boy, you would not believe. Trying to tyrannize your brain and become like a taskmaster and just demand that you do things only works for about 2 weeks for me. Only force it for about 2 weeks, and then I'm kind of at the mercy once again of my own monkey brain. All right. I don't know what these details are, if they're Windra or Astral Sage, but damn it, I'm gonna render them regardless. I'm gonna do it. I wonder if I should do the fill layer for her cloak as well right now. Whatever else. Oh, maybe I should. Okay, I'm gonna do the cloak first. Never mind. I'm gonna do that before I do the details. Okay, because it'll be really, I think on the recording it'll look a lot better to have the cloak filled in with the color it's going to be, with the tone it's going to be first, and then have the details kind of spring out of it. And that is one thing that I've kind of developed in part of my process, is trying to figure out how to make a satisfying recording look good.
Hey Evan.
Yes.
Haven't figured out how to draw hands. Why is it so hard? Also, no.
Did I just get cursed?
Learning resources.
Did you just curse me? Jesus. Hands are easy. You just got to figure out how to do your 3 fundamentals of figure. which you're doing right now. You're building examples and building a library to understand what you don't understand. So don't worry if it's hard and if it's not working out. Entities, by putting reps in right now, you are going to give yourself a much better perspective on what you need to work on when you are ready to start putting that work in. And then you don't have to be so scared of it, because it'll be very easy and straightforward once you know exactly what you're supposed to be doing, because you'll be able to break down your fundamental. Resources for learning perspective. That's tough, because the resources that I learned perspective with were just straight up like art school practice fundamental, which a lot of people don't have the stomach for. So still lives, drawing still life. Yeah, that's like one of the biggest things for perspective, I think, as well as drawing from life. So obviously you can generate some knowledge of perspective by drawing objects in reality in front of you. You can set things up, you know, balls and tubes and scroll tubes or poster tubes and, you know, books, things like that are in space, and then draw from that. You can also get a great sense of perspective by studying architecture and the world around you. So if you want more dramatic kind of studies in perspective, you can start going to places that have lots of interesting architecture. Usually big buildings are a great way of doing it, and then drawing from that, breaking it down to its individual shapes, lots of boxes, lots of rectangles, things like that. But perspective, the thing is, it's not arcane how to be better at perspective. It's just kind of like breaking it down to a fundamental that is basic enough that you can do it. And so part this is one of the biggest parts of being like, so there have been two sort of illusions today that learning a fundamental is overwhelming. And I think that at any point in time when I hear someone say that learning a fundamental is overwhelming, and I'm not saying that, like, that's exactly what you said, but it's kind of the pretext or the subtext to it, sorry, is it's tough because it's kind of overwhelming. You don't really know what to do. Honestly, I think that if a fundamental ever feels overwhelming or indecipherable, it's because you haven't broken it down to as basic a component as where you are currently at in your learning. So you'll see a big fancy painter that's been doing this for 40 years say that they did some perspective studies, and it'll be buildings, it'll be a skyline of downtown, whatever, where they live. And you're like, how is that a study? That looks brilliant. But to you, it might be literally drawing boxes.
Hey Evan, I understand that I don't understand, but I also want to know the resources on how to fix my shiz. Also, how do you handle knowing things are funky but not quite knowing how to fix it?
So the thing for not knowing how to fix something is, at that point, it's best to start asking people. Yeah. So that's when you can ask me specifically, what is wrong with the perspective here? What is happening with this thing? Why does this look funky? Something's off with the anatomy here. I don't know what it is, but it's just wrong. That's when that individual instruction and chatting about it can help. But like, if you want the individual resources, the only one I can think of that's not like a textbook or formal schooling is Draw a Box. I think helps you with perspective pretty well early on in the process. So Drawbox works as it's a website. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. If you aren't, and you're looking for fundamental practice, a lot of people say it's very good. I have not gone through it entirely on my own yet, so I don't have the personal firsthand experience with it, but enough people have sworn by it to the point where I think it's a legitimate sort of thing to consider. But there's actually, I would look at books first and foremost. You know, if I go to Amazon, let me see if I recognize any. Amazon.ca. I wonder if Bridgman has a book on perspective. Bridgman, does he have a book on perspective? I'm not sure, actually. Let me see. Art perspective, Bridgman. Does Bridgman have one? No. But there's a lot of textbooks that I'm sure are all fine. I don't think you can really screw up perspective education. So, you know, this one reminds... I don't know how new this book is, but for some reason, I'm getting a very small, like, just hint of, like... a little bit of a recognition. I'm not sure if it could be too new, but the general cover and the name of the author do in some small way ring a bit of a bell for me. So this is, I mean, you can probably pick any book you want. The problem is perspective is usually a component covered in other things. So if you do, I think that was what he was about. Yeah, you're right. I mean, like Bridgman, the thing is, I know that there was some really good discussions on perspective from Bridgman. Obviously he's mostly figure and anatomy, and I don't remember what, like, it'd be the kind of thing where like I have all of Bridgman's books down on my bookshelf. Somewhere in one of those books is an excellent education on perspective or discussion or something about that. I don't know where it is. So I'd say if you want the most straightforward resource you can, go buy a book or go do Drawbox. Probably some great stuff perspective at all skill levels. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Proco's like school resources. And although I think watching tutorials are great, I would definitely work through something that you can understand. The problem with a video for learning a fundamental is that it's like a book. So there are some books that you need to read instead of listening to as an audiobook. Books that are very technical and very difficult to read are best read than as an audiobook. And I learned this when I started reading The Hero with a Thousand Faces, I think it was. Whatever that Campbell book is. It wasn't Power of Myth, it was Hero with a Thousand Faces. I realized that there was too much that he was saying in discussing sort of story and myth and whatever, and using older language and whatnot, that I couldn't quite grasp. And I was listening to the audiobook and I'm like, wait, I can't fucking listen to this. I have to actually read it. And so I think that for learning the basics of fundamentals, although like Proco and Modern Day James and people like that, great YouTube art educators and teachers, I think have great videos on it. If you're looking for the beginning fundamentals, I think you should work through an actual book. Or that's why I'm wondering if Drawbox could do the same thing, because it's kind of like a book. It's just like a web page, right? So you're kind of going at your own pace and learning lessons and stuff. But I definitely try and do it in a way that you can kind of like understand and work along with the lessons, as opposed to trying to keep up with someone like Proco or Modern Day James while doing fundamentals. It's going to be very difficult if you're learning, because they're going to work at a rapid rate of confidence that you don't have built up yet. So circles scare me. They don't cross any lines. They absolutely do. What are you talking about? You don't draw your circles too nice, Daria. Fuck you. Are you saying I'm a bad artist? Look, true, but you don't have to say it out loud, Daria. How's it going, bro? I have one Bridgman anatomy books. They're really good. I have a bunch. Which, if you guys are trying to figure out how to draw a figure, Bridgman doesn't discuss gesture as much, but these are, ooh, not that one. These are some of the best books for learning to draw a figure. Okay. Bridgman was one of the best, I think, at communicating sort of the ancient, like, you know, when I talk about how our lineage as classically trained artists, which I know I'm doing some bullshit, but I am still in that lineage, even though I'm not very good at it. Our lineage as classically trained artists, it's hard to trace, because through a lot of them, like Impressionism, postmodernism, the entire, like, there was an entire dissolving of the classical art scene, that it's very peculiar how we survived in some ways. And in some areas of the world we didn't survive, but some areas of the world we survived better. Eastern Europe, our classical training survived better than it did in France, for example. Bridgman is one of those like people that kind of like is a link to the kind of the older, like, you can kind of trace a lot of people through Bridgman back to understanding how to do stuff. But anyway, all these books are great. So if you want Book of Hands, entities, there you go, Book of 100 Hands. All these Bridgman books are great, and since they're all really old, they're all really cheap on Amazon. They're like 15-20 bucks Canadian, and really good resources. The one thing is, because he wrote it, what was it? I want to say like 1920s-ish or around there. I could be wrong. I could be way off, but for some reason I think like early 1900s is when he wrote these books. Copyright 1960, 1920 by Bridgman. So yeah, it says that it was copyright 1920 by George P. Bridgman. Yeah, like, he talks about some things in some ways like that are kind of awkward. He uses some like older language that's not too old, but you kind of need to like, you need to like kind of maybe like do a double take once in a while when you're reading. So I'm away after classes. Just wanted to let you know before I summon the familiar in case something goes wrong. All right, Lobster. Good luck. Good luck. Please do not make a mess in the guild hall when you summon your familiar. Gotta disagree about books versus videos, at least for me. The trick for those videos is that you've got to copy exactly what you see. The drawing, they draw something, pause, then you draw something. I mean, that's fine. Maybe you're like far more advanced than the average beginner, but I think that the problem is when somebody who's an experienced person just says, oh, you just draw a square, and then you just like make it a box, and then you figure out whatever, you draw your lines and horizon and then measure and whatever. They go through that at a rate that sometimes, like, no matter how good you are at being an educator, often when you're doing a live demonstration, good educators are aware of this, and they will say it as much that, look, I'm gonna do stuff that's faster in this process that I don't necessarily know to slow down. And so take that, you know, what if you tell me if you want me to do something over again. You can't do that when you're watching a video. So it's definitely different for everybody, but I think in general for most people it's better to learn from either in-person patient live demo where you can say to your instructor, hey, I'm struggling with this, how do you do this again? And they're like, oh, okay, here, let me show you. As opposed to a video, you have to pause and go through that entire process. You know, but while pausing, the problem is that it's basically the same thing as stopping where you're reading in the book with the added complexity of you have to time it. You can't, like, you have to like stop what you're doing to like, so I don't know, maybe you're just more advanced than I was when I was learning fundamentals, but no, I definitely think that learning from a book, if you're very early on in your fundamentals, like very early on to the point you're trying to learn how to draw boxes and shit, I think that you definitely want to read it over watching it, unless you're doing live demo. I've had one in general when I think they're really good, right? They're reading better than listening, especially when it comes to books like anatomy. For anatomy books, I mean, anatomy books are more of a reference guide than I think, but I'm not sure how you're using the books, but it's I think I get what you're saying. Hands and enemy more villainous than the Joker. All you have to do is draw 100, and you'll never have problems again. That's all I have to do. If you want to get good at hands and never have to worry about hands again, draw me 100, and I'll tell you exactly what you don't get about them. If you draw less than 100 hands, I can't tell you what you don't understand. I need enough examples to know where you make mistakes, and I can tell you the exact precise thing to study that will seem disconnected to the point where you'll never have problems drawing hands ever again. It's kind of a hack. You just have to be willing to do it. And it's such a pain in the ass. Can't be much worse than how to win friends and influence people. Is that oh, that's like a, what is it, Carnegie book or some shit like that? Although I can, so long as it's not another horror, but yeah, guys, listen to Evan, he's correct. Yeah, okay, yeah, just summon your familiar with a sense of not ruining the guild hall, Lobster. You know, at the end of the day, though, everyone does learn differently. Like, I can advise you to do this or that or whatever, learn from this method or that method, but like, really, everyone is completely different. The only general advice that I can actually give for learning art is to go to fucking art school. Just do it. They're like, I'm not an art school simp, but at the same time, I think that a lot of the reasons people say that they didn't want to go to art school, they don't like art school, are often very ill-informed and not actually have anything to do with art school, but more how they are personally.
Hey Evan,
you know,
reacted to my hand post late in the night.
Yes.
Take better care of yourself. Get good sleep.
It wasn't that late, was it?
You saying okay to my struggles though.
It wasn't that late, was it? There's no way it was that late. 600 bits, bro. How long you been drawing? That's a difficult question to ask because I've kind of been drawing since I was like able to hold a pencil, but yeah, I never really know how to answer that question, actually, Morbid. Because the problem is, like, I've taken periods of not really trying that hard and periods of intense study. And when you say to someone that I've been drawing for like 30 years, that can mean to some people that, like, oh, he's only that good and he's been drawing for 30 years. But to other people, it can be like, oh my God, I'll never be that good because I can't, you know, I'm 25. How am I going to draw for 30 years? I guess you could say that I feel like I've been drawing very seriously and pursuing my art very seriously for only about 4 years. So, I took a long break when I was in my 20s. I had a lot of problems, a lot of health issues, a lot of bullshit in my life that stopped me from drawing and making art for like a good 6 years, which was heartbreaking and paralyzing and the worst years of my life almost. But since then, and since I started streaming, I've been kind of full steam ahead and like taking my career very seriously as an artist. So the answer is somewhere between 4 and 30 years, and you can kind of pick whichever one you think is better. Can't afford art school with life costs. Yeah, and I mean that's the problem though, is that there's lots of like, it's like, how do you do that if you're at a point where you're like financially responsible for other people or whatever, and life is getting in the way? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I understand why that's bad advice. It's just, it's still it's the advice, but it's not good advice. What's up, Artec? Hot takes today: art school will never be worth 40K a year. Art school will never be worth 40K a year. I think if you go to Art Center for 4 years and you spend $200,000 and you get a job in the games industry for $120,000 right after that, and you pay your student loans off in 5 years, I think it's worth it. And also, you don't have to go to art for school for 40 grand a year. You know, 40K USD, that's a lot of money. You know, the school I went to was a very, very good school in Canada. And I think tuition right now is 10 grand Canadian a year. So, you know, yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely accessible if you are willing to go to the right kind of school and get out of it what you're willing to put into it. No, I think art school is absolutely worth it for a lot of people, mostly because a lot of artists that sort of like are self-taught never develop the sort of culture around making art that you develop in an environment. And half the reason why you go to art school is to sort of be a part of that culture for 4 years or whatever. 100% though, if you're spending a lot of money on tuition, it's hard to say. Like if you're choosing whether or not to spend 40 grand a year in art school or not, I would say spend 20 grand a year on art mentorship through actual sort of like people and websites and things like that, like Brainstorm and whatnot. There's better ways to spend $40,000 a year than art school, in my opinion, but you have to have the work ethic, and you have to have the work ethic, and you have to have the self-awareness, maybe, of understanding what you are losing out on by not going to a formal training environment and doing it yourself. And I think that a lot of people who think that they have that don't. You know, I needed to go to art school. If I didn't go to art school, I would have gotten very, very good at World of Warcraft. Better than I even was, and I was really good at World of Warcraft. If I didn't have the impending doom of like having to rely on schedules and shit like that.
Hey Evan,
yes,
you mentioned
hi.
that streaming and stuff was the way you've been cataloging your art progress and said it can be good for keeping consistent.
Yes.
Would you recommend that for other people, and if yes, is there anything in particular you'd recommend or have advice for when starting off putting your work or practice out there?
Yeah, don't worry about short-term results for anything or the whims of your audience, and develop a project that you care about, that you believe in and will work towards, that is independent of the things that will get you results on the internet. It'll be very tempting to start drawing things like fan art or changing your style or whatever if it's what your audience wants. But if you have a project in mind that's more important than that, then you are going to be able to sort of keep focused and remember why you started doing it in the first place. I think that's very important. But streaming is not necessarily the way to do it for a lot of people. Streaming's kind of awkward. It's like pretty weird, right? like streaming in general is like kind of weird if you really think about it. But no, definitely cataloging your work, start posting on social media, build a brand for yourself. Even if you're not thinking about like making this like your career or whatever, you don't care about like being a big famous art influencer or whatever, the cataloging of your work can really create kind of a sense of purpose to what you're doing. Even if you're just posting in Discord, it's a good start. But I'd say create an account for it. Create an account just for your art. Wherever. Start posting it. Start posting your progress. You know? You're in your accessible education. Yeah, yeah, you think? I mean, I think that most major cities you find have a decent enough art program at whatever school they have. Obviously, it's not like art center stuff, but no, I mean, it also, like, I was trying to decide if I wanted to go to Emily Carr or not, which is like one of the biggest schools in Canada for artists. And man, it's hard to justify traveling when you have like, it's like, how much better does a school have to be for you to like travel there as opposed to the one that is like in your city? And I decided to go to the one in my city. But man, yeah, I was super struggling with that decision as to whether or not it'd be worth it to travel for something like that. The extra tuition cost plus the living expenses, I just didn't think it'd be worth it. And you know what? I'm upset that I didn't do certain things in my art school education time, but I'm definitely not upset that I didn't go to Emily fucking Carr. Definitely not upset that I didn't go to Emily Carr. That school is cooked for what you get out of it, if you ask me. To the WE word? Oh no. Good luck, Lobster. Traveled 2 hours every day for art school back in my day. Yeah. 2 whole hours. That's a lot. Look, obviously, I don't know everyone's situation, so like when I say that the art school thing is the best thing to do and why it's bad advice is because I don't know, man. Like, I know, like, lots of people say like, oh, well, I couldn't make art school work because I don't have the money or the resources, or I live in the middle of Nebraska or whatever, and that's totally fine. All I'll say is that I've no matter how hard of a situation somebody quotes me, I went to school with somebody who had it harder. And so I don't want people to put their own limitations on and say like, oh, I can't go here, can't do this, or can't do that because of this or that reason. Like, it's totally fair if you want to make that decision for yourself personally. That's 100% fair and reasonable and valid and all those kind of things. But it's like, if it's really what you want to do and you think that you need art school, like, or whatever, like, definitely find a way. There's a lot of people who have a lot of struggles with their art as a self-taught artist that never built the habits that you sort of build in art school or for any kind of formal education. So when I say art school, you also don't have to go to like a building and get a 4-year degree, right? If you can't get, if you're physically unable to, there's a lot, like art school can also be a mentorship. There's a lot of artists out there with very affordable mentorships. If you're willing, you know, go find an artist that like you like and that you want to learn from and be like, hey, how much would it be for me to do like a 6-month mentorship with you, or a 2-month mentorship with you? And then that person will build that culture and habits for you in a way that if you really study what you're doing with them, then you can sort of like take that into your own, because no artist gets made by art school. Every artist that says I'm self-taught, it's like every artist is self-taught. No one graduates art school and says, ah, yes, I am finally a master. I'm there. I've made it to the top. It is good to be at the top. I'm going to now collect my paycheck for $1 million a year at Lucasfilms. It's like, no. Every artist needs to spend most of their development time on their own. Art school or any kind of formal education, whether it's through a mentorship or not, will build the skills and the habits in and teach you things about how to learn, which is kind of my project that I want to do with the mentorship things that I'm going to be doing this spring. Is I less want to teach fundamentals to people who don't want to go to art school or can't go to art school for whatever reason. I more want to talk about how to build the skills to do those things, so that those people that want to do the whole program thing that I'm going to be doing with them, I'm going to be experimenting with and taking on a couple of students, will have the opportunity to, you know, to build those skills and learn them or whatever. I think that's important. Yes, you really got to watch out with art schools. There's too many coming out of art schools without a professional ready portfolio. 100%. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's no different in Canada. There's like even my school that I went to. We like nobody graduated professional portfolio from my school. Not a single person. I don't think so. Obviously, students went off to do great things, but the best student that I graduated with, my friend Sean, he's a principal artist at Riot, which is pretty big, and he did a lot of extra education while we were there.
Hey Evan,
mentorship, things like that.
JK.
Yeah, a real
I have
artist,
a lot
not
more
me.
individual work to do before getting to a point where
Yeah,
I feel
I said a real
your assistance
artist,
would help me the
not
most.
my
I may
scuff
be wrong
shit.
on this, but I feel like a mentorship can be good for sitting out the smaller things because you've mentioned yourself that there are tons of resources for fundamentals.
Yep. It is better, I think, definitely to like you. I don't think there's any sort of like. It kind of depends on the person that you're learning from. Thank you 100 bits, by the way, entities.
Visitors
as to what you're gonna get out of that.
sighting.
But Hollowed, yo, what's up, Hollowed? What is going on? The legend, the myth. How's stream? Good to see you. What's up? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. If y'all aren't following Hollowed, and you like anything I do, ooh, you're gonna have a good time over there. Hope stream is good. Tell me your tales. What are you guys doing today? We're just talking about art school and why it's a terrible decision. No, I'm kidding. We're talking about art education, how to further yourself, I guess. But entities, you can do a mentorship early to learn good habits, or you can do a mentorship late to learn advanced sort of things. You know, like definitely, I think that. So like the only student that graduated from my program that was any good and actually got to the industry was my friend Sean, because he did a mentorship with James Pack. It's like, you know, like I said something pretty unfair to him because and I realized how unfair I was being, because I said to him, I remember this conversation. He was an asshole, and I love him, but he was an absolute asshole. But this time he kind of got me. But he didn't get me. I got myself, because he said like, oh yeah, you know, this like mentorship's really good. Like I'm really like learning a lot. And I was like, yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, you know, it must be nice to be able to like do this mentorship or whatever. He's like, yeah, it's crazy. Like you can just do like sign up for it and then get in, pay the money, and there you go. And I remember I said something really unfair to him. I said, oh, how much did it cost? And he said, well, it was about $1,000. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, that's why I won't be able to do it. He's like, why? I'm like, well, I don't have $1,000. And he just looks at me and he's like, do you think I had $1,000? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You live with your single mom, with your 2 little sisters, and you work a job on the side. And I live at home with both my parents and this. Oh, okay, that was stupid. I shouldn't have implied that, you know, he could make the $1,000 appear and I couldn't. And I was like, fuck. I'm an asshole. So yeah, I mean, I wish I had done that. I wish I had made it work. I wish I had done what I needed to make it work. I probably wouldn't have had like the bad opportunities that I had to go to fucking Vancouver for internships. I probably, if I had like made it work, I would have been able to get a proper job at a studio I wanted to work at instead of these dumb internships opportunities in Vancouver. So I don't know. That was like a wake up call for me about like, you know, you get what you put in basically in some ways. But mentorships can be like if you're willing to put the work in and you want to spend some money on mentorships as opposed to going to fucking art school, dude. Oh man. Oh, you have no idea how good that shit is. You have no idea how much better it is to learn from somebody who's like individually like invested in your success than somebody that is sort of managing an entire like class of 20 people and does 4 of those a week. Also, you playing totally enough of an artist? Well, maybe one day, but I appreciate that, entities. I did say a real artist, and I'm still but a learner. So measure yourself a little bit when you're referring to artists as, no, I'm kidding. My goal is to get there. Look, I've never posed myself as some master. So I don't tell people how to do stuff. I tell people how, like, or what to do. I tell them how to do it. Because, like, I don't think that anyone should really learn a lot from me and where I'm at. I think that I can tell you how to learn. So I put a lot of effort into that, but I don't necessarily think that I'm the person to learn from. So it's why I don't accept any, like, paid mentorships or whatever. I've had people offer, but I don't accept paid mentorships right now. I want to do the ones that are going to be more, like, kind of casual, very intense, but casual sort of mentorships in this spring. But obviously those won't be paid because I don't feel like I should be taking anybody's money to teach them how to make art. Absolutely not. Not me. Now when I look up and I see Kekakotaki staring back at me. Finally done with the drawing part of my current project. The next part is the crazy part. Let's go dance like a rat on your For You page. Wait, what? Okay. All right, good luck, I guess. I guess. That's a scary thought. The For You page is a terrifying prospect. And, you know, actually, it's an interesting thing if you even don't ask for mentorship, if you ask artists that you look up to for some help, I found that most of them are actually pretty willing to help. I emailed some very, very big artists early on in my career when I was in my early 20s to ask them for some input, and I actually got a lot more back from some of them than I thought I would. Like a lot more investment. Everything from a video call to like a multi-week sort of like project thing. Dude, artists are great. If you ask them and you show them that you're serious, artists will go to, like, if they have the time, which a lot of them do, they'll make the time, they will go to crazy lengths to help you out. It's actually kind of cool, you know? But a lot of artists have this like kind of moral idea that they should be teaching and helping people out as well, which is like really cool. I don't know. I'm very inspired by it. I had Rob Alexander, if you're familiar with Magic the Gathering artists, really give me a lot of instruction and help. Who else? A couple of big people. Luke Scracciano, Seb McKinnon, Jason Chan. A lot of Magic artists for some reason. I don't know why. I just reached out to them for things. Dude, I asked Jason Chan for some help on something, and I sent him like a really thoughtful, not thoughtful as in like heartfelt, but like a really well thought out sort of like planned kind of like, you know, designed email basically with a very clear ask and a very clear kind of like who am I and a very manageable sort of thing. And he actually was really nice, and he like sent me some like good, a lot of motivation, and then like some good ideas for like resources and stuff and how to think about things. And then he just sent me a bunch of tutorials that I didn't know he'd even ever done. He's like, oh, here's a bunch of tutorials I've done over the past like years. Like, here you go. Maybe you can like learn some stuff from these, whatever. Like the expensive tutorials. Just send them to me for free, because he was like, you know, sure, you asked. I was like, dude, what a G. Yeah, reaching out to artists is great. Do it. Do it. They're nice. They're real kind. Some aren't. Some are, oof, man. I don't want to generalize, okay? I don't want to generalize, but I noticed, even though I wanted to be an artist in the games industry, I noticed that a lot of artists in the games industry were kind of not willing to engage in as nice of a way as a lot of other artists, which, you know, a lot of illustrators were very willing to kind of chat. A lot of industry artists were very like, I'm too busy for this shit. Like, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. That's gonna happen,
hey,
right?
The dice just came in and look awesome. Thank your wife for me. I can't wait
Dude.
to give them to the wife on V-Day.
Hell yeah. I'm guessing that was it a cherry blossom set? A couple of people have gotten. Oh yeah, right. You got the cherry blossom set, right? I think one of them. I don't remember what color it was. But yes, okay, yes. Jay Norcal, thank you for supporting Ella and her business. I really appreciate it. That means the world to me. Ella is my favorite thing in the entire world. Of all the things, including World of Warcraft and Cheetos, she's my favorite thing. So I'm always honored when anybody is happy with the stuff that she does, and I get to brag about it a little bit. So amazing. I'm glad you like them. Thank you very much for the support, and I hope you have many wonderful games and amazing rolls with those. I'm not gonna say they've been enchanted. I can't legally say that they've been enchanted with a blessing from a cleric of Bahamut, but you know. Thank you again, and thank you for the 100 bits as well. I appreciate it. It's really what's up, Steel? I have a question. Should I start practicing more in digital art as well? I've been mainly focused on physical, but I feel like digital is easier for posting, sharing, cataloging. Digital is easier in the way it like removes a little bit of friction, but I think that it's actually worse for practicing fundamentals. I think that there's too many shortcuts in digital. It's too tempting. So if you do want to work digitally and like almost exclusively digitally, that's totally fine. But be aware of the career destroying danger of certain digital shortcuts like Control Z. Control Z will end your career so fucking fast, it's not even funny. There's so many things in like color picking and layers and like shortcuts that you have to like use responsibly, in my opinion, as an artist, that if you aren't careful with, they will destroy your progress. You'll get used to, you know, and this doesn't even include all the big dangers like tracing and Photoshop multiply layers for shading and all these kind of tips and tricks and tools and whatever, you know. Like I was watching this artist the other day streaming, and he was doing I was like scouting through the category, just seeing what people are doing. I do that every once in a while. And he was doing something, and I guess in Clip Studio you can get like these like figures or whatever that you can like kind of use as like models or whatever. And dude was just straight tracing them for perspective. So he just like had this little mannequin, you know, out there with his like hand up or something like that, like holding a sword or whatever, you know. And then he just straight like starts drawing his lines directly over that. And it was like a meme in his stream. People were like, oh shit, he's doing the thing again. He's like, haha, I'm not spending time learning that nonsense when I could just do this. Like what kind of a loser learns how to draw perspective when you can just when Clip can do it for you. And I was like, damn, dude, really? You gonna do that to yourself? All right, sure. I mean, whatever. Maybe he's just a hobbyist. I don't know. In which case, go for it. Like, have at it, dog. So if you are gonna move to digital work early on in your sort of like career, just be very careful of a lot of the shortcuts and understand how dangerous they are for hamstringing your development. You know, like you know what got me when I first started working digitally? Layers got me, and I can actually show you the effect of layers. Oh, I was looking at this the other day. Oh, it's right in my recent thingies. Here, boom. You want to see how bad layers are for you? Check this shit out. Is this it? Ooh, not that. Okay, so this is a piece that I did in art school. Look how trash this is. Look at it. Look at how bad it is. Damn. What a... Anyway, we're gonna forgive me. I try and forgive me for being trash because I was also like 17 or 18 or whatever. Notice also, Venus, you know, when I recognize some of your problems with brush strokes, I see it because I used to do the same things that you did. Anyway, you see how like there's a really awkward kind of like weird kind of almost like paper cutout here to like a lot of the character's silhouette, and it feels like this is a cutout of a character in front of some other trash of a background. A lot of that's because of layer locks. So when you do color and you lock a layer and you do it without line work, because line work sort of hides the indecision, but you lock a layer without line work around it to contextualize it, and you just have sort of the color layer locked because you have the silhouette and you just want to paint over it. If you don't do it responsibly and you don't understand what you're doing, also belts, that's funny, you get this really weird effect of not really understanding how to light things. The way to do this, if you're going to lock a layer, is at a certain point in time you want to unlock the layer and use a texture brush to kind of blend it in with the background. Okay, this is a shortcut to try and paint faster that made me a worse painter, right? And as I progressed through art school, you'd see an evolution. Oh, well, I just deleted like 20 minutes of work on that piece. Oh well. I forgot that I opened that in another file. Oh, I'm so dumb.
Just show us your disorganized files
That's
that
fine.
have hundreds of arts lost on thousands of layers.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to make sure I didn't have anything. I opened that character design or creation portraits. How far back was I? How much did I lose? They're working on this for a bit this morning. Oh, I lost quite a bit. Okay, so that's where I was at this morning. So, you know, it was like 20-30 minutes, not a big of a deal. I'm dumb, whatever, no big deal, not that mad. Should have created a new file for it. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, shortcuts kill you. Don't take shortcuts on digital painting. Paint, if you're gonna paint digitally, paint on one layer or two maybe, and don't use a lot of like layer styles, effects, brush styles, crazy brush textures, whatever. Paint as traditionally as you can on digital tools if you can. Obviously, like this is like multiple layers. It's like a background layer and then like a, you know, a fill layer for this kind of shit. And so you can use layers later on in your process as you like get better and understand how to do things. But shit, I'm kind of mad at myself now. Would you ever do a video on stream of over thumbnail creation or the process of getting a piece started? So I actually wanted to for this character because I don't do that stuff on stream because one, it's boring, two, it makes for a bad thumbnail, and three, if I'm focused on it, I'm not like talking shit. So a lot of people, like a lot of artists, will say things like, oh man, you should do this, like you should do the beginning stages of a piece on stream, like dude, it'd be so cool to watch. And it's one of those unfortunate you think you do but you don't kind of things. A lot of people will say a lot of things about how they want to see something, but in general, the mass of like, you have to always be aware of if you're doing an interesting project on stream or not. And I think that's a kind of a danger you can fall into, is kind of listening to people say like, oh, you should do this, you should do that. So that's why I don't do that, because I think that it makes for bad stream kind of like video recording, all that kind of stuff. But I was thinking that there's no reason why I couldn't add it into my recording process. I'm just not used to doing that. And I just don't hit record on it because I'm not like on stream. So for the next piece I was going to do, I was actually going to do the thumbnailing in a recording so I could put it as the first like 5 or 10 seconds of a piece. I think that would be totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not in my habit yet, and there's no reason why I shouldn't. So 100% I want to do that. It'll be something I do with probably the next portrait, if I can fucking remember. Because I was definitely going to do it with this one and didn't, because I'm dumb. We are only mortals, alright? Listen, I'm doing my best out here. Shit, I can't believe I lost all that work. Ugh, it's so annoying. I'm butthurt. It's okay, I'll do it again and it'll look better the second time. I'm just annoyed that I lost like a half hour of... Not even a half hour. 20 minutes of sketching that I felt really good about. Because I was trying to work on that piece last night and it was really just like lagging along, just sort of like slogging through. And this morning when I woke up and I just sort of like sprang to my computer after everything and I started sketching on it, I was like, oh shit, this is really easy. Damn. Being well rested. What a crazy idea. The thing I've learned is I shouldn't start pieces late at night. I can like render and do stuff that's like pretty chill because I'll know if I'm not feeling it. But I should never start pieces late at night. It's not a good idea. 60? Sorry, Heat. Not today. Not to hit today, my friend. Get better tonight. Look like a homeless Zon character when I don't sleep. Please sleep, Venus. Please sleep, my friend. Damn. Damn, dude. Whatever. I'm not that butthurt about it. I find that sometimes when you delete your progress or whatever, it's really annoying, but actually when you do it again, it's actually like better. So I guess Cow's character will look better than... I'm just mad because I didn't need to delete it. It was just dumb. I wonder if there's a recovery on Photoshop. Let me see. Recent files? That's not how it works. Yeah, Photoshop, that's not how it works. What the fuck? No? That's not how it works, Photoshop. What the fuck? The last used file in the auto recover folder in PSB format. Wait, what? Photoshop, where is recover folder? Does that work now? Wait, hold on. This might be actually kind of sick. Hold on, I might be hacking here. Wait, this might actually be kind of sick. I'm gonna try this. Adobe Photoshop 2025. Auto recovery. Folder's empty. Oh, damn it. I have auto recovery set up. Try one more thing, see if we can fix it. If I can fix this, I can... I'm gonna save all of us right now. View. And then oh. Oh. This might do it. Hold on. Oh no, okay. I'm fucked. Oh well, I tried. I thought I was gonna be so smart, man. I thought I was gonna be hacking, basically. Shit. Come to Clip Studio. Do I want to go to Clip Studio? Let's see. Deviant Art. Log in? Do I have a DeviantArt account still? No, I don't have a DeviantArt account, so I can't actually use Clip. Shit. 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 Well, Photoshop still has a autosave thing. It doesn't do the autosave if it prompts you to close it without saving, which is what I did. I hit no. Then it just screw you. Just screw you. If you click intentionally to say please don't save, then Photoshop says okay, got it. Otherwise it'd be pretty bad if you like did a whole bunch of stuff and then didn't want to save it, and then Photoshop's like, well, you didn't save for 5 minutes, so clearly you wanted to save. Yeah, I'm good, Photoshop. I'm sorry about that, my bad. Adobe, please stop being mad at me. I swear to God, I'll get the Creative Cloud again. I'll use Premiere again. I'll do it. You want $120 a month? Fine, whatever. Exclamation save? Okay, dude. No, it's the problem is that I actually hit don't save. That's the entire problem. If I really want to, if I'm really mad about this, I can always go to my stream, VOD, see the piece that I did, and then, you know, take it over and see the kind of changes that I made and try and replicate them or whatever. That's what I had to do one time with a piece for Aduria. I ended up doing a whole bunch of it, work on it, and then I didn't save it. Or I not only didn't save it, I said not to save it. So there's no amount of auto recover that will save your dumbass if you choose to not save it. At least I thought there wasn't, but apparently Photoshop says there is, but I couldn't find it. So I think you need to do some shit with libraries and whatnot and app data, and there's probably a way to do it, but the time it would take me to learn that as opposed to just redoing the 20 minutes of unsaved work that I did do is not. It is not. So it's fine. I'm just mad that I'm dumb more than anything else. I'm not mad that I lost the work. I'm just mad that I'm dumb. It's my own inadequacy that's the most frustrating. That's the main thing. God. Okay, let's do a fill 55 maybe. Let's try 55. We'll see if this looks dope. If it doesn't look dope, then we undo it. Okay. I'm gonna fill it up in a weird way and do a lot of the brushstrokes because this will look more satisfying in the recording than me just like doing one solid swoop or like selection or whatever. I know it seems stupid and arbitrary, but it is actually gonna look better in the recording because this will be sped up into like a half second, and just trust it'll look better. Yeah, thanks, Nick. We just have to trust the process sometimes. Then I'll have to do a lot of carving and hatching for this to hatch out some of our lighting. Because when you do a lot of dark, kind of like fill layer color like this, a lot of nonsense, it can make the piece feel a little heavy if you don't manage it properly with highlights. You like have to reverse hatch it. So I would say is reverse hatching. Reverse hatching is not a real term though. It's just a meme that I say, but it's also a descriptive enough word that you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say reverse hatching. It's like when I meme and I use a word that isn't a real word, like dangerosity. And someone like, you see like a first time chatter be like, like you mean the level of danger? I'm like, oh, so you know what I meant. Sick. Then I clearly did mean dangerosity. Got him. Got him. If someone corrects you when you make up a stupid word, got him. Checkmate, nerd. Or whatever. Taking a little bit longer to do brushstrokes as opposed to selection will always look better in the recording, which is like half of what I'm thinking about when I'm doing process related things like this now is what's going to look good on the recording. Because, you know, I want to be a satisfying couple minutes of video that I can crunch down to a 30-second meme-filled clip of me talking shit and get someone mad on the internet. I do think it's funny though when I make these like dumb sort of meme voiceovers, when you sort of pose a non what's not a rhetorical question because it's one level higher than that or one level deeper. When you pose a question that is like obvious to 98% of the people that you're not actually looking for an answer for it, it's kind of a meme that you asked the question to begin with, and you have somebody giving you a very in-depth answer for your question that was a meme, right? That is my favorite thing about making meme audio for the videos. 90 people watch it and go, huh, funny. Or just fucking swipe away and who cares? And then one person would be like, oh, I need to answer this question. Because he's clearly asking how to draw, you know, characters smiling. It's always very funny to me. And very, very, very sweet. Because they're trying to help, you know? At least I think so. Yeah, they're just trying to talk some shit. Who knows? For some good traditional painting people look up for reference, or do you think it's better to study values and other fundamentals that translate over? I'd eventually like to get into painting and digital painting mainly because, but I'm not sure if I'm studying all I would need to in order to progress. Oh, I see. No, you can kind of study it however you want and study it all together. I would look for the most classical painters. I would avoid a lot of painters that are very stylistic. So the more, and it kind of depends what you want to get out of this as well, right? If you want to be like, if you want to develop the most classical style, which is great, then you want to look at classical painters. So you want to look at different classical painters from different parts of the world. From your American painters, you want to look at Sargent and those kind of guys. If you want to look at European painters, I mean, you have all sorts of options. I really like the Dutch masters. I think their mastery of fundamentals of light were better than almost any other group of any other time period. So the Dutch masters, Rembrandt, all them. Obviously, any painter with a name that sounds vaguely Polish is going to be probably one of the best painters of their generation. But no, I mean, just start the studying process of going and exploring, and you'll find painters that you want to emulate and that you want to sort of like capture something of them. Like, I can always tell you about my favorite painters and whatever, and I just did some of them. But you know, there's lots of even within classical style painters that you might love. You'll find also certain patterns that you'll love, like Italian painters from, you know, this century or whatever. And you'll love this like evolution of work, and it'll start making sense to you. So I'd say for now, start studying like eras and movements as opposed to individuals, and you'll find where you want to focus your study more so there. Apologies for pseudo repeating. I'm genuinely curious for the answer, and work got busy right after asking. They want them to smile more than maybe you could try. Yeah. No, it's just the memes on the internet, the people that are, I don't think they're intentionally trying to troll. I don't think I've gotten any like really mean comments on any of the videos I posted yet. Ooh, oops. But I have gotten some kind of funny, like, awkward comments, I guess. But it is kind of just funny when you're used to like streaming or whatever on Twitch and like interacting with people like in somewhat of a live setting, and then you get like the kind of the lack of context that comes with YouTube comments. You get some pretty wild shit said. Things that people like wouldn't necessarily say to somebody live. Unless they're trying to be argumentative or whatever, and that's fine, you know. Somebody's like trying to be argumentative, like, you just ignore them or ban them and then you move on. But on a comment, it's kind of funny. I have been enjoying the positive feedback on those platforms, though. People are very enthusiastic for the most part. The weirdest things I get, like, from people on those platforms are the DMs. Those are the weird ones. And can you even DM on YouTube? Is there even a DM feature? Maybe I've gotten DMs for weird projects I've never even checked. Maybe I have no idea. Maybe some billionaire oiler asked me to draw his D&D character for him, and I have no idea. I could be sitting on a yacht right now, and I just never check my YouTube DMs. If there even exist. Scams? That's all on YouTube? Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I've never really heard anyone like mention it or whatever. Right? Never heard anyone mention a YouTube DM. There's gotta be a feature though, right? There has to be. It's like a, I mean, maybe not, honestly. I don't know. Maybe just like big creators just like, it's kind of like Twitch has a DM service, but I don't think I've ever gotten a useful Twitch DM in my entire history of my streaming on Twitch. It's like just not a thing people use. The only times, again, yeah, like you said, scams on Twitch DMs. It's usually like scams or people asking you for free art. If somebody really wants your attention, like generally people on Twitch at least have an idea that like Discord is kind of the chat service of the platform. But Twitch DMs are like at least there. At least I know where they are, you know? I see I have 5 unread DMs on Twitch, which have probably been there for months. Does YouTube even have that feature? It has to. Somewhere. Y'all getting DMs on Twitch? You don't get DMs on Twitch from bots and other people's chats? Damn, bro. I don't even get DMs from bots because I'm streaming, but just because I'm like in someone's chat or whatever. I'll know because I'll get a lot of scams that are in Japanese, and I'll know exactly whose fucking chat I was in that got that scam bot, whatever. Because the English language streamer could be anybody, but when it's a Japanese language streamer, there's only so many people that I watch that are Japanese language streamers, so. You're like, aha! It was Lily Maru's stream all along, or whatever. I'm kind of digging this, like, astral pattern thingy on these sage cloaks, to be honest. I'm kind of really digging it. So popular. Oh yeah, you don't get scam DMs from on Twitch. What? I thought this was universal. I thought we just all got scams and DMs on Twitch. Captain America AD. Wait, what? I just don't realize how someone called Lawop. Wait, what? I never know how to pronounce that dude's name. I used to DM on Twitch. I was gifted a sub to a stream that I never watched. The stream ended up doing giveaway for subscribers. And one having never won or having entered the stream, the DM, and you won like a $50 Steam gift card. Really? Maybe I should check my Twitch DMs. Jesus. Every time I did for like a year. I don't even know if I allow DMs. Definitely don't on Discord. Well, I have to on Discord because that's how most people contact me about stuff, but it has to go through the request system. And I think I have, yeah, between DMs and requests, that's what that number is. So a lot of it's bullshit. Most of it's bullshit. It's not great on Discord either, if you ask me. Unfortunate, all my messages are they? Shit. TikTok and Instagram have been pretty decent about people not being weird, but definitely TikTok's been worse. Had some pretty crazy and wild requests for things over there. Someone was like, I want you to do this project, and they explained to me, I'm like, oh, sorry, I don't think I'll be able to do that, like, thanks for reaching out, but no. They're like, no, you're gonna do it, I'm gonna pay you this much. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I can't.
By the way,
yes.
I sent you another long body DM
Did
with
you?
the references for my Sonic OC you asked for.
Oh god.
Oh shit, I meant to send this on Discord.
Damn it.
Oopsies, eyes.
I hate it when you mean to TT, or when you mean to DM something on Discord and you accidentally TTS it in the person's stream. Shit. Well, rip. Regardless, plus 100 bits, I guess. Thanks, Mel. Thanks, dude. That's very kind of you. All right, we happy with the cloak? I'm happy with the cloak. I think. Maybe. I'll come back to it. We'll look at it in a minute. I see unanswered DMs from me. Oh, yeah. There's a couple in there. Look, before Christmas, I had completely, like, dude, I'm trying to be so good at my DMs on Discord. Before Christmas, I had, like, 60 unanswered DMs on Discord. I was
If there is ever the opportunity to poke fun at you in addition to giving you bits, Evan,
excellent.
I'll take it. Smile.
Listen, everyone's allowed to shit talk me if it's through TTS, all right? If you're willing to invest 100 bits into some shit talk, I'll allow it. I don't mind. Shit, dude. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, 100 bits. Sonic was mentioned? Ah, shit. You're gonna break down the walls in a matter of minutes? You think so? I am in the art category, and Sonic was mentioned. You are right about that. I'm trying to be much more responsive, all right? I'm trying to at least get back to all my DMs every other day. And not have people fucking waiting in limbo, wondering if I even know that their shit exists. And then I lost some shit. So like I ghosted Mendari without meaning to for like a month and a half. And then I went to send her a message or something and saw that I'd missed message from her.
My best friend said to me one day, if he wasn't making fun of me or pulling jokes all the time, then it isn't true friendship.
I mean, the problem is you don't really know on Twitch though, right? You know? Like if anyone but Guapo had said so popular a couple minutes ago, I probably would have fucking banned them. Because there's a missing context in reading chat, right? So you don't really know if somebody's kidding or not until you know them very well, or they choose to TTS. That's why the open rule of I allow TTS shit talking. Hey, it's also kind of funny. No, it's obviously you must shit talk your friends. Obviously, it's a little hard to like. Brian's so sarcastic about it that you almost can't take anything he says seriously. It's one of the reasons why I love Brian as a TTS bot. How can whatever shit talk be serious if it's by what is Brian? He's not English. I think he's Welsh. I think that's what the bot is. Sounds English to me, but apparently it's Welsh, so shows what I know of that corner of the universe. Phonetic readers are my favorites. They are pretty good, aren't they? You know my bad mouth thing? I feel like I'm a pretty notorious chaos gremlin. Well, it's never shit talking. It's always pretty light shit talking. Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. You want to do the heavy shit talking. Even then, sometimes people will do some shit talking, and the mods and mod chat will be like, "Should we ban that guy? Should we ban him? I think we should ban that dude. That's some shit talking. How dare you talk shit?" I'm like, chill. It's okay. It's okay. They're so protective of me. It's kind of lovely, to be honest. Even more than I'm willing to be, so. Like, I don't know that guy. He's talking in chat. What do we do? Pull out the fucking Stark Family Executioner store. I'm like, okay, it's okay, let's go. It's alright. Welsh names be like, I'm not gonna try that. That could be a real word, Mary, or that could have been a Pokemon that you just like stitched together in reverse. I don't know. The word for microwave is poppity pang? Are we sure about that, or are you shit talking again?
That is true. I will say, using Brian is fun to try and recount my mind-numbing anecdotes and tangents, because if it was me talking,
he's so good,
I
right?
would never shut up.
Damn.
At least this way I am forced to keep my shit talking to a minimum. And
Yeah.
You are a precious bean, Evan, so we will protect you with ample heart.
I appreciate that. Thank you, 100 bits. It's hard not to love when Brian says stuff, isn't it? It's just kind of hard not to enjoy it. Don't worry, Evan, I have a robust player contract in your DMs shortly. I know you love your DMs. Wait, what? Player contract? Do I have to sign another fucking player contract? The last time I signed a player contract for any kind of a game, I was roped into running a D&D game for Dashto and Ella for 4 years. I'm not signing any more player contracts. God damn it. Not again. Not again. Look, I am trying to be better about being accessible. I'm checking my DMs every other day, making sure that I'm like there and not just putting, you know, it off for a month because it stresses me out. I just got stressed out because you get behind on things and you go to like check your DMs or whatever and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get through this like, you know, tonight and just like respond to people and whatnot. And then the first DM is like, hey man, I'm having a crisis of faith in art. How do I move past it? And you're like, oh God, this is gonna take a while. And then you mark that shit on red and go have a drink and sit down and watch the hockey game with your dog instead. You know, as you do when you're overwhelmed by that kind of shit. And I want to like, you know, the problem is just some things require a little more time to whatever. Someone's like, hey, can you critique my entire portfolio? You're like, shit. Yes, But later, if that's okay. Many apologies. Anybody use Brian for audiobooks? I'm sure you can. I'm sure it's out there, right? Ooh. There we go. Need another layer there, just real casually. Perspective on these. Get real, nerd. That's a real artist. It's all legally binding, by the way. No takes backsies. And I love session zeros and player contracts. Ah, shit. Session zeros. Oh man. How to get Evan to not play D&D with you speedrun any percent. Ashy of Heart just said session 0. 0.8 seconds. Look, that's the current record. She found the new skip, just mentioned session zeros, and I'm fucking out. That's the god tier gamer for you. The Elden Lord. Ashy of Heart. You want me to shit talk you more? It could be I could, but that would feels mean. Yeah. I mean, look. The problem is shit talk has to be funny. And it has to be good. Because the thing is, I'll never tell you, I'll never reveal if the shit talk, when somebody shit talks me on stream, I will never reveal, ever, if I actually think it's funny, or if I'm quietly, like, making a mental note of that person, that they're basically exiled from any playtest ever in my D&D campaign for the rest of time. But they TTS'd 100 bits, so I'll allow it. Never be predictable. Or so they say. That might have been a quote from a Will Ferrell movie, I don't know. I mean, the shit-talking meta is always fun. Until you can't raid people anymore because of it. And then I'm like, in 2025, I'm gonna start raiding streamers again. And I, like, raided somebody that I, like, wanted to get to know better. And I saw somebody from our fucking chat be like, lol, Evan just knows how to paint cat girls, and that's it. Lol, if you're looking for artists, you should look elsewhere, because Evan only knows how to paint cat girls. Keck. And I'm like, god damn it, okay, never mind. Guess I'm not raiding anymore. guess not raiding this year again. Okay, that's fine. that's okay. Okay, we'll try again. We'll try again next year. We'll do it again. We'll run it back. It's actually just expectation setting and 3 campaign pitches. Fuck yeah. If we're on my ban list, the Golden Beach reference might have secured that. Golden Beach? Oh, is that a Bionicle thing? God damn it. Late stream just got home. Is she a bunny girl or a llama girl or super rare harpy eagle girl? She's in fact a bunny girl. Llama girl. Damn, that's an impressive reference. I wouldn't have thought. She is one of the rabbit folk known as the Windra. They are the proto-elves that took after the wild god spirit of the rabbits, and the client who is commissioning that I make this NPC for Eldara, for Horizon, is an avid Viera player on Final Fantasy XIV, which are the rabbit folk on Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know if this will be the correct vibe, but damn it. The approval sketch was approved, so. You having a stroke? Am I still alive? Maybe I'm on the ground frothing at the mouth and I just like am living this sort of like multi-year streaming career. And you're all my imagination trying to wake me up and take me back to the light. So maybe. Never say never. Spelling, never say never. Sick. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm really deeply enjoying doing these very self-indulgent projects where someone asks me to spend a commission slot on an Eldara project piece. I will do those 10 out of 10 times. No, I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit. I'm really having fun with this one today. Kind of feel like I'm changing some stuff up and learning a couple of things and changing my style up. There are some things that I did actually, I never want to tell a person that I like made a mistake on a piece or whatever. I won't reveal mistakes until a very long time has passed on a piece of art, because then people stop enjoying it. They just look at the mistake. It's like the FedEx logo, right? You just can't unsee the whatever, the arrow or whatever it is. And so when you tell people that there's a mistake in a piece or something you're not happy with, it like kind of is like, yes, I see how that's a mistake. Shame, Evan, shame. Oh well, we'll do better next time, champ. And so there's a level of honesty and vulnerability with that that's fine, but there's also like kind of you just like sort of don't enjoy the art piece as much, so I don't dwell on it. But there's some things I did, particularly one thing I did on Ulmer's piece that I'm really, really unhappy with, and I kind of want to redo, but I also like posted it and gave it to her and already and whatnot. It's like, it's like no one seems to notice or care, so it's like not worth making a big deal of it. But I wanted to do something slightly different on this piece, and try something and grow a little bit and flex. And so I'm doing something a little differently, and I'm kind of liking it a little bit. So I feel like I'm growing a little bit on this piece, and that's a very good feeling whenever you're like making progress in your art intentionally, because art really, you improve in plateaus, you know, we all know that, but how the plateaus form is kind of arcane, you know. It's a little bit voodoo-y how to like achieve a new plateau of art. When you have those moment of epiphanies or whatever. What's up, Goblin? Wake up? No, not yet. Not until I build Eldara and then realize I did it all in a dream. Shit. The kids still say sick. Am I showing my age? Well, I hope so. I still say sick. I've already done doing light and shadows on face. Any tips? Yeah. Yeah, light and shadow on the face is actually really easy to learn. 2 resources. This is a good one. Let me find a good one for you. So, 2 resources. And a practice. Resource number 1. It's time to familiarize yourself with what is known as the Asaro head. Whenever anyone says the Asaro head, they're usually trying to sound pretentious. You can just call it a planar head. Most people call it a planar head, but some people like to sound fancy and call it the Asaro head. The Asaro head is sort of the most accepted basic planar shapes that you derive the human face from. Now, depending on the different proportions of your face, the different ethnicities, the different genders, things like that, your head and face will look different, and also understanding how to sort of mold and change those planes will also be one of the things that allows you to sort of develop more complex facial features. So look up the Asaro head, A-S-A-R-O, and you will see very clear shapes and very clear sort of shadows and definitions. Do studies based on those. This is a great one. It's an ArtStation link. I'm not going to link from ArtStation because there's a lot of Monka stuff on there that I don't want to get a 2-week vacationed on. But this post is pretty good if you just search the Asaro head. This is one of the first ones that came up, actually. Do studies, do lighting studies based on these, and then do the lighting study based on this on this planar shape, and then try and apply that to your face. That's tip 1. Tip 2 is learn from the Dutch masters. Rembrandt particularly has a triangle that he's well known for. You'll see it on this piece. Ooh, look at the Rembrandt triangle right there. That is a very common sort of like way that light can be cast on a person's face that's very dramatic, and you have a shadow from the nose and then a shadow from this side of the face that forms a triangle. So that's great. Look up the Dutch masters to look up these type of lighting kind of applications of the Asaro head, and try and figure out if you can look at a piece, from one of these Dutch masters, how to light the Asaro head, the planar head, the same way this master did. And try and do that as a little drill. So you draw a little Asaro head, and then you look at the Dutch master's piece, and you put them side by side, and then you try and shade in the different planes the way that that person did, even though you'll obviously see a lot more like fat and kind of different kind of skeletal structure on this individual or whoever you're looking at than you would find on the Asaro head. Part of that is developing the skill to know that. After that, you really want to start thinking about shadows as silhouettes. That's one of the biggest things you can do to help lighting on your face of your subject, is thinking about shadow shapes. So kind of thinking about dividing this one on right here. Think about dividing into two shades, light and dark. There's like some different like nuances here. A medium gray, sort of a lighter gray, a bright gray, versus like, you know, a dark gray, a very dark gray, things like that. Try and put the darks to black and the lights to white, and then figure out how those cool shadow shapes form on your character's face. The next thing to do is to be confident. So once you start hatching and doing any sort of cross hatching, this character doesn't have any particularly interesting lighting on her. It's just more like general ambient lighting. Once you start doing any kind of lighting, whether it's hatching or painting or whatever, it's going to look a little messy, but have some confidence. If you really need to make a new layer, do that. And then just make those bold kind of like cross hatches and start lightening the face a little dramatically. And you'll see these like lines and be like, oh God, it's so dark. Oh, this looks awful. It's so whatever. But once you start like hatching or painting or whatever, you know, as you go, you will develop the confidence. Oh, that's all in one layer. I thought I made a new layer for that. That's funny. Rip. I'm so dumb. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yes. I have to redo the line I accidentally deleted. Yeah, lighting for faces is actually really difficult to understand if you don't kind of break it down, but very easy to understand if you do break it down to those small kind of step-by-step fundamentals. And then you start painting with color instead of gray, and then you really take it for a ride and see if you learn anything. But it's a lot of fun when you like do some drills in that. It's one of my favorite things to practice fundamentals of are lighting the figure. Fundamentals are often boring, but if you really love fundamental and you find a drill for it that you really love, a way to study it, go for it, milk it. Just keep on hitting that study button. And I really like lighting figures, so doing figure drawing and life drawing in light, like interesting lighting, is always very, very fun for me. So that's how I make it fun, is because I like to sort of decipher the planar head and try and figure out those shadow shapes. Understanding silhouettes and shadow shapes is actually one of the most important things you can do as an artist. And it's like so fun when you're getting it right. And it's so effortless, and like, I don't know, it just feels really nice to get correctly. Mr. Blair Art, what? Would you recommend a more professional or unique social media handle for getting started with posting stuff? I'm not sure if Odd Entities is really a good professional handle for when I get there. I don't think your handle matters as much as people think. I think that the most, like, it also kind of depends. Like, I personally don't like the sketches, draws, is drawing, like Evan draws, Evan sketches. I don't like those. There's lots of artists that do them. Obviously, Steve sketches and Ross draws are two great examples of great artists that use those. I don't particularly like them. Most artists that, like, the greatest artists that you'll see of our like time, the concept artists, the NDA artists, the industry artists, they just use their first and last name for most of it. They just first and last name, not last name. They don't even put art after it, you know. But I think putting art after your first and last name, or finding a pen name that you like, you don't have to go with your real name, obviously, it's the internet. Make a pen name that sounds realistic, that's easy for people to connect to build a brand off of. So if you want to call yourself like Ella Blackwood's not Ella's real name, first or last name. Ella Blackwood is the name of her D&D character, which is kind of funny. And so when she made Blackwood dice, she goes to conventions and people know her as Ella. So I'll be at like a convention, and I'll see like one of Ella's like friends or acquaintances come up. They'll be like, "Yo, what's up, Ella?" And I'm like looking at her. I'm like, "Why are people calling you by your name on Twitch? That's weird." But it's because she introduced herself like that because she has Blackwood Dice as her dice brand. So you don't even have to have a real name if you want to go with a handle. A pen name's a great way of doing it. So find a writing name. You want to call yourself Lawrence P. Vendelbaum Art? Go for it, dog. I don't fucking care. but having a name that people can kind of associate with a bit of a professional standard is better. And then if you do want to work professionally, the more professional your name does actually matter. So if your name is Odd Entities and you're suddenly at the point where you're looking to talk to Wizards of the Coast art directors for projects within WotC, there are very few artists where they will tolerate a non-real sounding. So, Schizo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. There are artists that I know that use a pen name for Wizards. So you'll see a first and last name for the Magic the Gathering card. It's not their name. I know that for a fact. But Wizards of the Coast will use a pen name. They will not use a made-up name, whatever, except for very specific people like Darkin. You could Darkin's a big enough deal that if you want to work for professional clients and you want to have like a gamer tag handle like Odd Entities or like Darkin or whatever, you need to have. I think it's very important to have a pen name, or you need to have the skills to justify that. Let's just say. Which is a whole other thing in the historical career to justify that, or Braum and just be simply known as Braum. You need to be able to justify it. But I think that the best thing to do, in my opinion, and this is more subjective than I think than it's an opinion. This is not objective advice. This is just my opinion. I don't think that it's a good idea to start an art career with a gamer tag sounding pen name like Odd Entities. However, again, totally just an opinion. I thought about this in great depth as to whether I wanted to go with my real name, a pen name, or a real name plus pen name. Because it's much easier if you want to do real name, pen name, to do your first name and pen name, last name. Especially if it's something that's like associated in your family or whatever, and you like that name or whatever. Because people will call you by your real name, and if you don't like respond to your real name, then it's kind of like they call you, they're like, oh, what's up, Ella, and she's just like sitting there on her phone scrolling TikTok, but like Ella knows that, right? So her real name she doesn't use obviously at conventions and as Blackwood Dice, but it's also funny because like Blackwood Dice is like lore, and like Ella Blackwood is a lore character there's art for and stuff, and it's a whole thing. It's a bit different with her, but I would strongly go with a name that, especially if you want to do professional clients in the future, I would strongly recommend you going with a name that is either a real sounding pen name or just your real name. At a certain point in time, it's almost like if the work you do is important enough, like, and you're big enough, people will know your real name, or at least if you don't sell them a pen name, they'll go looking for your real name if you don't want people to know your real name for whatever reason. You want to keep it private, that's fine too. But like when your name shows up on the credits of your multi-billion-dollar movie franchise, people are going to know your name is George Lucas, I guess. I know 3 people named or based off Pokemon who haven't created their Pokemon created the Pokemon sphere in like years. Yeah, and look, but that's also a good point. Maybe not the point you're making, but reminded me of a point. It's also not like you're hamstringing yourself from a lucrative freelance career in a non-corporate client way, right? With a gamer tag pen name based on something. That's totally fine. It's not, you'll find artists out there that have like 2 million followers on Instagram and their name is like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but something that's not like real. So, it's that, as I said, it's just preference for me and the kind of clients that I want to work with and stuff. A real name or a real sounding pen name is better, but obviously do what you want to do. I think the most important feature is that you like whatever you go by. So if you like Odd Entities, I don't think there's anything wrong with going with Odd Entities and sticking with it. I gave you my opinion on my subjective opinion, but don't take that too seriously if you just subjectively like something more than that. Todd Lockwood, please tell me Todd is real. I actually don't know. No idea. Sounds pretty fake. Sounds a little cool. I know very few people with wood in their last name. Blackwoods, Lockwoods, things like that. So it's a little sus, but you never know. Could be real. Your surname isn't Blair Art? Ooh. I don't want to say. Maybe my real name isn't Evan. I have multiple middle names though. Multiple middle names, so I could go by any of them and no one would know. I decided for myself that I really wanted to go with like just use my name or whatever. or a real sounding name when I first started streaming. I had to think about it. What I thought is good enough for Dave Greco, good enough for me. His Twitch name is Dave Greco Art. Fine, you know, reasonable. I'll be Evan Blair Art. Why not? Blaze is perfect for my paid yes, fire making service. Right. Yes. We try professional names like Ella Blackwood. Henceforth, I'll be known as Ella Ebony Bark. Sounds like you've ripped off poor Ella. Wait. Ashelyn of Heart. Ashephany. I need to figure out a full name for you to full name nickname you, Ashy. You know? I gotta find one when I want to formally address you. I need to write like a letter sealed to your worshipfulness. Do you say Ashephany? Ashephany is okay. It's a little one's a little bit awkward. Doesn't roll off the tongue, but I kind of like it. Ashsephany, like Persephone. I also do like full name people. I call one of the mods Steven. I call one of the mods Samuel. Call one of the mods Stephanie. Some don't have names that you can make longer, but I don't even know if that's their full name, but I don't care, dude. If I can call Fishy Fishelin, everything on the table. Ashelyn Overrat. Too many Stephanies? Yeah, what a lame name, right? Who names their kid Stephanie? Fuck. Oh, sorry, Steph. Ah, shit, my bad. Ah, damn it. Now your full name to you? No, because the way your dad nicknames you is so fucking adorable. I can't not think of that. We're just sitting there on Discord playing World of Warcraft, and Thorkin's dad comes in and like hits him with that nickname. Oh my god. We all melted on Discord. I think we took a wipe on that trash pull. Can never fully name you. Even though your full name is pretty fucking cool. I think such a hilarious full naming you. Everything says Steph on someone on call him with a Stephanie. Ooh. Ooh, the Stephanie. Ooh, you can't do that. Yeah, that ain't cool, man. Never full name a Steph. But like Ella, for instance, her real name can be shortened and she hates it. She hates when people call her a shortened name. I never ever call Ella her shortened name. Like calling her Ella if her name was Eleanor, I'd call her Eleanor. For instance, she hates her shortened name, so I never do it. People just will always nickname it. I also have a friend that I knew named Jessica, and I would call her, and I called her Jess one time. And I was like, wait, do you hate being called Jess? And she's like, well, no, I don't hate it. I'm like, do you prefer being called Jessica? And she's like, yeah, Jess is just a little like, I don't know, I don't like it. I was like, oh shit, okay. And so everybody would call her Jess, and I'd be like, hey, Jessica, good to see you. I remember one of her friends was like, ooh, why so formal? And Jessica just kind of gave me this awkward, like, kind of whatever. And I was like, what? And she's like, I've been friends with Jess for years. I know she hates being called Jessica. And Jessica's just like, actually. It's kind of funny. In all fairness, I work in weed. Stephanie is far too formal for that. True. Steph gets it. Any variation of Alex botched all over the place? Oof. Yeah, there's some names that I guess you give your kid this like cool ass name or whatever, and then they grow up and like the nickname goes in like, I don't know, goes like into vogue in some way, becomes popular, and suddenly instead of having an Edward, you have an Ed. Which is like, look, man, nothing wrong with being an Ed, but like, If you hate that, or like an Alex versus an Al, I guess. That kind of suck if you like planned your kid to have this like elegant name and it gets nicknamed down to something, you're all mad. That's gotta be kind of shitty, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's why my parents gave me fucking foreign middle names. My parents actually gave me more middle names because they weren't sure if they were going to have a second kid, and they weren't sure if they were going to have a second boy. So my brother has all the important names in our family. And they're like, well, we can't have Evan feeling left out, so he also has to have like 7 names. Apparently my brother hates it. I made a joke about his son, my nephew. I'm like, so did you give him a bunch of nicknames? He's like, no, God, no, are you kidding? Are you kidding? You know how annoying it? Like, you know how annoying it is to have a bunch of middle names? I'm like, no, it's never been an issue. What are you talking about? He's like, well, you have to fill out a form. There's only room for like one middle name. I'm like, yeah, you just put the first one. No one cares. Yeah, what? Is this an issue? And he's like, well, it's not an issue. I'm like, yeah, you just put the first one. Who cares? The government's the only person that needs to care about your full name. It's not like I have like 8 names in my credit cards. Whatever. He's like, you can do that? I'm like, yes, you can do that, dumbass. Just give him one name. Who cares? Give them one middle name if they want one. Let's call it Ika and blow everyone's mind. Yeah, for real. What's up, crab junkies? What's going on, dude? Alexandra, R.A., like the freaking god, not Alexandria. Not Alexis, not Alice, most certainly not Alexander. Ooh, Alexandra. I like Alexandra, it's nice. Alexandria, though. I could get accidentally slipping and saying Alexandria instead of Alexandra. But I could see that, especially if you have a name that's like a feminine name that it can be like shortened to a masculine, like Samantha to Sam, Alexandra to Alex. I get why that would bother you. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Oh, I forgot to do... Oh, shit. I forgot to do the fill layer for this. Uh-oh. I'm bad at art. Don't listen to anything I ever say. I'm bad at art. There we go. Okay. I'm getting in there. Making amends. Ari versus Rhea would drive me insane. Gotten Bethany more than a handful of time. Really? Bethany. Bethany be sick, dude. I think, Steph, if you and I are gonna go out one day and go to like one of those sort of like white people date night places like Earl's or Moxie's and have like white peach bellinis at like 2 in the afternoon in like Salt Lake City, Utah or some shit, I think you would be perfect as a Bethany. 100%. Put that shit on your Starbucks order. Listen, no shade to Bethany's, alright. No reason to last 4 to 5 letters? Yeah, you just get tired, man. You see a big name like Alexandra and you're like, oh, God. Dude, do I really have the energy to read the rest of Alex's full name? I'll just go with that. Fuck it. Yeah, I get that. I'm not sure why, or I can say what I want to say, but I don't think Utah will have me. Fair enough. Good restraint there, Steph. Lurk, thank you for Lurk Thorkin. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. Good luck on your studies and work today, bro. Get it. Peach Bellinis at 2 p.m. Sounds so nice, though. Dude, I haven't had a peach Bellini since I was 19 years old. No. When was the last time I had a peach Bellini? Probably 19, actually. I think there's even photographic evidence. I used to play D&D with this super sweet girl named Kay. And after a comic convention one day, Kay, Ella, and I went out for white peach Bellinis. She's a dramatic theater kid. And she's like, the 3 of us have to go out for white peach Bellinis. We're like, what? She's like, we have to go out for white peach Bellinis. I'm like, wow, okay, why? Why can't, like, okay, where do you want to go? She's like, somewhere that has white peach Bellinis. I'm like, oh, you mean specifically a white peach Bellini? She's like, that's what I said. Okay, I'm sorry. Probably the last time I ever did that, actually. I've played D&D with a lot of cool people over the years, man. I was thinking about that the other day. I don't talk to like half the people I used to play D&D with. I was thinking about starting up that West Marches game pretty soon. I don't have a huge player base of people to ask to pull from. I thought I had more, but I realized that timing was more of an issue than I thought. Playing in the evening NA time is actually kind of a pain in the ass for a lot of people, so... No lurk, only throw. Okay. Okay, calm down. What's your favorite Eldara character so far? My favorite Eldara character is probably Amelia Hearthwood. Paladin, noble, second-born, first daughter of the Hearthwood family in Stonemark. Daughter to Lord Victor Hearthwood and Lady Rhea Hearthwood? I forget her name. The first character that Ella ever made in our D&D campaign for Eldara. The first character she ever made for the Realms. So I love this character so much that I'll show you how much I love this character. So I drew this character in Elder Days, before the time of Balrogs and mortal men, before the fall of Gondolin. I drew this character. Her name was Amelia Hearthwood, and she was an Aasimar Paladin, so I drew her with all of her Aasimar Paladin glory. Now, here's the thing. Even though this is an important character, this art fucking sucks. And it bothered me. After about 2 or 3 years of streaming getting better, I made this art for Ella, and I made art for my characters in the campaign at the time. And I realized just how important that character was and how much that art fucking sucked. And so I redid it. I decided to paint her again. So this is the new, modern, still a little bit older than what I usually do right now. I'll probably redo Amelia every couple of years. This is the newest, most recent version of Amelia that I'm okay with. It's not fucking terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. And I love the character so much, and I'm so committed to it, actually, to the meme at this point, that I even went and redid the art for Amelia. And of course, there's no Aasimar in Eldar because that's a D&D thing. So, oops. So I have to create my own sort of like unique kind of entity that is sort of like Aasimar, that are very Eldara lore important, and I have a bit of an idea for it. But that's Amelia. That's my favorite character in Eldara. It's the most important one. Even though this isn't the character that Ella is named after for our D&D game, this was her first character for Eldara. And so you could say that I built Eldara for this character. Because Eldara started off as a project for making a D&D world and a D&D game that Ella could have fun with. Right? Everything that I did, and still do in Eldara, is first and foremost for her. And hopefully for me in there too. But and hopefully for you guys that care about the project too. But you get what I mean. So this is my most important, most favorite character in all of the realms. Now, any one of Ella's characters are important to me. Obviously, Alicia is her current character that she's playing right now. So Alicia's very important to me as well, because this is Ella's character. Even though we were only playing for a short while, I did her Astral Sage, Scarlet, and her Astral Knight, Charlotte. So any character, I mean, part of the reason why, like, it's not even a meme. I think that would happen. So basically I draw so many characters for Ella that I draw a lot of women because of that. And then I'd get like people being like women being like, oh shit, this guy does like decent art of women. Cool. I'm going to get him to draw my character, another woman. And then I look at my like client list at the end of 2 years and I'm like, dude, I work for like 3/4 of my clients are women, which is like pretty cool, but kind of a meme, I guess, that I can't draw men when I clearly can. Look at how cool he is. But yeah, so any character I've done for Ella is probably my favorite, and it's hard to pick which one's the best, but I'd have to say Amelia Hearthwood is probably my favorite because of the lore implications and you know, gameplay or game world design, whatever implications too. I don't know. Don't listen to me, I'm dumb. But Amelia Hearthwood, that's my favorite one. She's the best. She's not the most powerful, but she is the best. Probably the strongest of the EBA MTG cards. I think so, actually, Blaze. I think you're right about that. She's also a 1 of 1 card for the Eldara trading cards, which I think I'm going to print this weekend or next weekend, one of the two. But the 1 of 1 Amelia, the 1 of 1 Amelia Hearthwood, I think is a full sketch variation. Whoops. I don't know if I just hit update 2, but whatever. There's a rare for Amelia Hearthwood, so this is the one, the rare Amelia Hearthwood, which is a 1 of 5. And then there's a Scarlet Starbreeze, another Ella's character, an Ella Blackwood of 5, a Charlotte of 5, so lots of Ella's characters to 5. These are rares in the trading cards. And then of the epics, I don't know if there's any epics in here that are Amelia. Drain's Claim Seal, Riven and Sariel, Astral Sage Relic, no. I think the Legendary. Yeah, so this is like probably one of my favorite like Legendary cards. Oops. It's obviously on its side. It's like horizontal because, you know, it's supposed to be a horizontal card. But there is a Amelia Ella, and it'll be a signed card to 1. A Scarlet Charlotte signed card to 1. I know they're on the side, forgive me. And then the 2 full art cards that are full art 1 of 1s will be Amelia and Ella. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm really excited to see people actually give a shit about this project and people actually want fucking dumb Eldar trading cards. I'm doing this for me, but it's kind of funny that at the idea or thought that anybody else would care. So I gotta get that done, man. Question, I don't know how loaded of a question. Do you still organize all your story content? There has to be a zillion different connections. So I'd like to say that I have a deep and intricate series of World Anvil articles that are linked with tables and everything to summon the greatest stories of Eldara into fruition. But World Anvil is like been really hard for me to do because like it's like a lot of in-depth sort of like editing and shit to get World Anvil to look really good. And although I think it's the most powerful tool out there, I'm also kind of dumb, so it's like hard for me to do sometimes. World Anvil is where I'm going to try and organize it this year, finally. But right now it's honestly just in one gigantic like 50,000 word Google document, and I just control F my way around when I need it. And that's written lore. The amount of lore that's in there that's just like nonsense that I talk shit on stream about. Oh man. Oh man. Are you kidding? I like World Anvil. I think it's the best tool for it. It does have a bit of a learning curve, and if you don't have the stomach for that, it can be a little bit of a pain. But I think it's worth the effort by a mile. Oh, I gotta do some hatching on this, I forgot. I forgot. How could I forego a game? Building courses, and I'm just fucking overwhelmed. I feel like the guy with the whiteboard and all the strings looking crazy. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't have a great system for it. I have a great system that works for me, but I don't think it's like technically a good system. Obviously it works for me, but making individual lore entries is like important, I think, for World Anvil. Course, though, that seems like an entirely different thing. I don't know. It's an entire different level of... My mom, like, writes a bunch of courses and stuff and teaches in college, so... I'm sure she's told me about tools and stuff she's used before that I just did not remember or tuned out or whatever for whatever reason, so... I'm wishing that I had better knowledge base on it. I try and stay organized as much as I can. for like art documents and stuff, but I still need to go through a purge every year or so. For me, the most important thing is to have access to the finished saved files. So like, I mean this, dude, it makes some artists just absolutely quiver with rage and disgust the way I work on different characters. I don't have a billion files for each, like Photoshop files for each character. It's like all on this like one document for all these portraits. You know, I have my, I don't want to like flip through them because I'm recording the process right now, but I have like my sages, my giveaways, my lore characters, VTuber fan art. It's all on one. When I create a new layer on this file, just because I have so many characters in it, let me see. When I create a new layer, I just created a layer 194. And consider how few layers I work on. Each character is only like 1 or 2 layers. Maybe I create like 5 to 6 layers at the top, and then merge them through. So it's rancid to a lot of people. And that's totally fine. It works for me, man. Oh, I do a fill layer on this badge thing too as well. Did I etch the hair enough? I think I did. Yeah, good enough. Okay, give me one sec real quick. Be disgusted, but I don't think I have any evidence to prove I can do better. Look, the awareness is appreciated. Yeah, give me a sec. All right, we're good. We Gucci. Back. Wait, did you get hit twice in a row? What are the odds of that? Holy shit, entities. I'm impressed. The odds of getting hit by the revolt command twice in a row. I don't think that's ever happened before. Holy shit. This day was foretold. God damn. Well, rip. We will miss you for the next 77 seconds, entities. I always feel bad for the idea that somebody who's new here might like want to revolt because they see people doing it and think it's funny. And they get hit with the random timeout from revolting. And they get mad. Like, that's always a worry to me. Like, it's obviously part of the fun. If you can't get timed out for the revolt command, what's the point in doing it? But, I'm always a little scared when I see somebody, like, new exclamation revolting. I'm like, ah, shit. I think there needs to be a command that Stream Elements says when somebody gets timed out. Like, sire, the revolt has been taken care of. Or something like that. What's up, Nick? Doing good, man. How you doing? Pretty good. I think we're almost done, honestly, on this piece. I think we're almost there. I'm confident in it. I'm feeling good about it. I think, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be so confident in it, but I am. I'm enjoying myself. All right. If I'm having fun with the piece, usually it's turning out. I did revolt just in case. Yeah, you almost... Man, if you got 3 in a row, dude. We'd have to clip it. History would be made, the Dragon's Claim. A record no one would ever beat. To revolt 3 times in a row and be hit 3 times in a row. Could you imagine what the sages would say? They'd tell your story. I'm so glad I have a version of this being recorded that I can flip upside, or that I can flip the regular version upside down all I want. There we go. That's what I meant to say. With impunity even. Not have to worry about it. Should consider doing this on... Ah, screw it. We're experimenting this week. We don't need no nonsense layers or none of that shit. There's only 1 belt on this character. How does that even work? Am I even allowed to do that? Only a singular belt? In this stream? Some sort of sash on here and maybe hang some of her sage equipment from it. This wrapping's kind of gonna be doing some heavy lifting here, so. Are you drawing after the rabbit lady? Probably when I finish today, I'll probably work on Cow's request sketch that he put in a little while ago. That, or we'll start our landscape. I think tomorrow I'm gonna do a landscape piece. Pretty sure. It's gonna be the vibe. Got a couple I need to do for Horizon. I haven't done a landscape on stream for a while. So we'll see if we can start to finish a sketch in one day. And if not, then I'll work on it over a couple days. No biggie. I'm trying to make sure that stream projects only take like a couple of days. So I'm not working on the same thing for like 4 or 5 days in a row. Unless it's a much more substantial piece with lots of like components that are kind of fun to watch, hopefully, come together. But even then, I don't want to work on a project too long. Like, I'm probably not going to work on the Sage piece on stream again. I'm probably just going to like try and finish it off stream. Unless I like take a cooldown on it for a couple more days and then I can bring it back on stream. But I don't like it when like a bunch of my VODs from 1 week are just like one project. It's kind of like, ugh. Too much the same is a little bit boring, you know? For me and for probably the average like viewer person watching week to week here and there. These things are things I think about, alright? Does anybody actually care? Probably not, but like, you know. I have to kind of buy into it at least. Now, do we pattern this or not? I feel like when I start pondering things, I start sounding like the fucking Sorting Hat. Do a little bit of patterns, all right? We won't go crazy on it, but I'm not going to completely forsake the Sage Sash. This is an important piece of equipment on every good Sage. Oh, right. We need to figure out some Astral Night abilities. Shoot. How could I have forgotten that? I think I'm going to stream tonight and stream the process of, not on this channel, but on my alt. I think I'm going to stream the writing of the last component for the night. Because if I'm doing an environment piece tomorrow, I don't actually need to do any prep tonight. So all I need to do is edit the video, which I could do as well on my alt channel. I may record it while I'm doing it there as well. It'd be kind of fun. But I'm thinking we need to tonight probably go over and build a whole bunch of spells for the Astral Night. Probably about 20 more before I can release the class in full beta. Of all different levels and types and whatever for the night. Because after all, you get, I think, 2 spells a level. So I want there to be like a giant compendium of night spells. You're supposed to get them through lore progression as well, but obviously not a lot of people are going to do that. It's one of those things that I have to decide whether I want to make it a, I don't know, like a proper Eldarin, how do I word it? An Eldara focused experience versus like a D&D focused experience. I think that there's lots of things that you should make a D&D focused experience. Obviously it's D&D, you know, but there's certain liberties I'm willing to take for Eldara in focusing on it or prioritizing the narrative, I guess, over whatever it is I want to draw or talk about. Prioritizing it over D&D. The D&D is great. I love it, but I also don't want to make a lot of lore decisions based on D&D first and foremost, so well, probably the vibe tonight is doing that. I gotta decide which I want to be my alt channel. If I want to just make Project Evangeline my alt channel, or if I want to make TDC. I haven't streamed on either in a while. But I'm thinking I just do PE. Because it's a good meme. Maybe I'll like put like a guest streamer Evan Blair art thing as a joke. It is funny when people come in that have no idea. That aren't like, you know, from our guild. And they ask. You're like, why are you a cat girl? Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, dog. Do y'all know what the next side channel stream is? What is it? Say it. Say it. I'll get there, alright? I'll get there. I just don't know if I choose TDC or Project Evangeline. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, whatever. I think more people from the guild are following Project Evangeline, so I'll just do that. And say guest streamer Evan Blair art. It's part of the project of Project Evangeline, okay? That's what it is. That's what it is, right? Yeah, okay. Those who know the meme. Those who don't. Power is in the fact that I don't need to. I know. That's awful, but you're right. You can have both, but you need like 15 to 20 base knight abilities. The knight would be able to choose from, and say 10 to 15 more hidden ones that you can give to players using the knight. Obviously, out of the 10 to 20, 15 to 20 abilities, players would only be able to use like 9 or so, as it gives them some variability instead of being super static. Plus, gaining bonus ones feels awesome for players that explore the world. Yeah, I mean, so in the Astral Knight section, oops, like I write that kind of excuse me, intentionally, where I say, where is it? Appearing alignments, one with all, grace the aura. No, further up. My mistake. Rune casting. Okay, so it reads Astari Knights, which I think I'm going to rename to Astari. Regardless, Astral Knights inscribe Eldari runes onto their blade each dawn, granting them access to powerful spells within their weapon. First level, Astral Knights select 2 rune techniques and learn more as they progress. Learning new rune spells is something that the Astral Knight will uncover through their travels from either discoveries across the realms of Eldara or on a set progression path of 1 new spell each level. I'm thinking of changing that to 2, but I don't know. I don't know. Because they can still auto attack and do a lot of cool stuff without spell casting. So either way, yeah, it's intended that they're lore driven. So like an Astral Knight, like Ella would never select a spell in a EBA game. She'd always be given her spells from me, in a lore appropriate, lore friendly manner that fits within whatever the current story is in Eldara, wherever they're at, whatever they're doing, right? Is there like lightsaber throw ability for Astral Knights where they telekinetically throw a sword and return to them? No, because I think that I want to ensure that there isn't. For one, the accusations and crossovers as a space paladin to Jedi are already there, and I'm reluctant to make telekinetic abilities part of their kit because of that. Astral Sages have telekinetic abilities where I can throw rocks around and shit like that and change gravity. So that could be a thing. But part of it also is in the way it makes sense in my brain. There's sort of a understanding with an Astral Knight's sword that is such an intricate and important part of their personality and who they are that to throw it would seem not like it seemed reckless, I guess. And Astral Knights can return, they can like sort of return their sword to them telekinetically in the early builds. I don't know if I carried it over into the current build. But they always know where their sword is, like in the direction.
Evan, I am a little low on sense right now with this meat
okay.
train. Do you have any to spare?
Sense?
Grabby hands.
Do I have any sense? Dude, who you... Mel, you're asking the wrong streamer. I quit my job as a graphic designer for big oil companies and lumber companies to draw dragons on Twitch and cat girls for people for a seventh of the income. You think I am the one that with any spare sense? Are you crazy? Oh no, if you're asking me, you're actually cooked, Mel. I'm sorry. Thanks 100 bits though. Have them summon magic stars that orbit around them or something like that. That's a cool idea. Like a star shard kind of thing that sages can use. So there are lore implications for that already for sages. If the knights did that, that'd be actually wicked.
Brian, what the fuck is this nonsense? Migraine. 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 Damn it.
Damn, you couldn't quite get it there. Shit. What's up, Magnus? Good to see you. Listen, Brian can't pronounce every word on Twitch, TTS. So we got to give him a break once in a while. Mel, unfortunately, migraine I don't think is the word of the day for him. Yeah, sorry about that. So I mean the main sort of vibe for Astral Knights for their main ranged attack is actually not even a ranged attack. Their main ranged attack is actually a spell they can cast called Apogee Tether that reads a dark constellation materializes between your hand and a creature you can see within range. If the target is large or smaller, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be ripped towards you and land in an unoccupied square adjacent to you. As the target is landing, you may use your bonus action to make a melee attack on the target. If your attack hits, the target is knocked prone. I think it's pretty fucking cool. They get Death Grip. And then, as one of the passives you can take, Sarah Lendor, you can take as a passive at whatever level. You may also use Apogee Tether to pull allied creatures to your location. So you also get Life Grip from World of Warcraft if you are an absolute troll. And you can just yoink your party members. So that's yeah. I'm very pleased with Apogee Tether and the ability for Astral Knights to not give a shit about ranged as much as they should. So
Brian, what the fuck am I paying you for? I pay you so that I can shit talk Evan. I can't do this if you shit the bed this bad.
Oh no, is Brian fired?
Migraine.
Wait, you almost got that one. I think
Brian, you had one job.
The second one got it, right? That sounded pretty... I mean, I was keck Wing, but I think the second one sounded good, right? Listen, even if it's rage bits, Mel, still thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. It was very close, right? Yeah. It kind of got in there. Just a little bit, anyway. He almost got it. Brian out here trying his best. Okay. Trying his best. Working overtime, trying to figure out how to say all that nonsense. We got to give him the respect he deserves, Mel. After all, Brian's just sitting there at Stream Elements, just waiting to TTS all of your stuff. People think Brian is an AI robot voice that TTSs things, and actually, he's a guy at Stream Elements. Just sits there all day, waiting for the TTS. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought, man? He's a hard worker. He is, right? Yeah, Entities gets it. My man Entities gets that shit. All right. Oh, we're on. What layer are we on? Okay.
Brian,
we're good.
This
yes.
isn't working.
Wait.
It's definitely not me. It's you. You fail to communicate efficiently when it comes to shit talking, as I keep pushing bits to promote this parasocial friendship I have with Evan. We're done.
Is Brian fired? I can switch Brian out, I think. Let me switch Brian out real quick. I can switch Brian out. Who do we want? Here's my dashboard. Where's my dashboard at? I now do it on Stream Labs. It's super easy. Stream Elements, dashboard, streaming tools, overlays, alerts, alert box 1, settings, cheer alert, TTS settings. Brian, okay, who do you want? Do you want Emma, Amy, Layla, Ali, Scarlet?
Damn, maybe I am the problem, Nemo.
To mute that in this, okay. Take it 100 bits. Who do you want? Who do you want? Do you want Emma, Amy, Layla, or Ali, or Scarlet? We had an Indian woman for a while. That was pretty good. Yeah, who do you want? Oh, there's lots of ones here. There's Australian. Do you want Australian? Do you want German, Danish, Welsh? Welsh, we have Gwyneth. Chinese Mandarin, Italian, French, Polish, Portuguese, Russian, Slovak. Let's try Scarlet. Okay. All right, let's try Scarlet here. Let's go back up. There's a lot. God damn. Turkish? Oh god, I lost it. Oh no. I don't know. I lost it, so we're gonna go with the new one, Helga. Okay. So we're gonna go with Helga for a little bit for TTS. There you go. Because I don't know how to get back to English because there's like 400 of these. So there you go. Let's try Helga out, okay?
Too many accents to triplet as scores.
Maybe not Helga. I don't know if that one works, to be honest. Maybe hold on. Let me find let me find a different one. That's okay. Hold up. Canadian French? Felix. We're gonna do that for the rest of the stream. Save. Okay, get Brian back. Listen, you didn't want Brian. You told me he was fired. Are we changing it as perfect? Listen. We're gonna go with Felix for the rest of the day, okay? Unless Felix is awful. Felix is French Canadian. We'll do it in honor of Thorkin, okay? And yeah, Helga didn't work out. Maybe Helga could speak good Icelandic, but unless you guys are cheering in Icelandic, I don't think it'll work, so. Is that the language called? Icelandic? Has to be, right? Has to be. Okay, to pattern or not to pattern? Let's start with a fit. I'll do the belt first. I forgot. We'll do that first. Let's forgot. Almost as if she's wearing some sort of an obi. Watch Adiria come in here and cheer on a meta, and some French Canadian dude, not Brian, he just fucking G quits on the spot. How better not awaken something in the stream is all I'm saying. Yeah. Actually, is there a way to test it? I think I can test it. What is okay? Wait, what does Felix test? Or what is Felix like? How do I test? Cheer alert. Variation. Oh, or that.
Felix the cat, the wonderful cat. Whenever he gets enough fix, he reaches into his bag of trick. Felix the cat, the wonderful cat.
God.
You will laugh so much your sides will ash. Your heart will go pit-a-pat watching Felix the wonderful cat.
He wants to fight about it. Oh god. There's Felix. There it is. Alright, that's TTS for the rest of the day. If I can handle it. I don't know if I can handle it. Maybe I find Brian again. We always think we want something different. We always fire Brian and then realize that he was the real MVP. Does anyone actually work as hard as Brian does?
Sigh. Okay. Another apology letter from me. Dear Brian, I am sorry for making such a hostile work environment. You should not be so harsh in your inability to say medical terminology like you are having a stroke. That is also my migraine talking, so apology. I will be more open-minded and won't be so nasty anymore. I'm working on it. This doesn't feel as serious with Felix saying this.
Okay, where's Brian? Bella, Oliver, Scarlett, Brian, there we go. Okay, all right. Thorkin, no, Thorkin. Oh no, Thorkin. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Oh, we did the French Canadian TTS. I was hoping you wouldn't hear it. Go back. Okay, you can, Thorkin. You can TTS one thing in French if you want. You can request one TTSing in French. We'll get Ella to fucking cheer the bits for it so we can hear him say some shit. Wait, Ella's not here. Never mind. We're going back to Brian. We're going back to Brian. Shit. Did I lose Brian? Wait, where'd Brian go? Fuck. Scarlett, Layla. Shit. I forgot. I lost Brian.
Ça fait des années que j'attends après ça. Tabarnak.
Tabarnak. Okay, never mind. Hold on, I defined Brian real quick. Okay, you're on her best again. Oh, it's on. Okay, I thought it was Welsh. Never mind. I thought Brian was Welsh for some reason. Okay, save. All right, there you go. Brian's back. Mel, you apologized well. Brian's come back. There you go. There you go. All has returned to the natural order of things. The way he fucking says tabernacle. Okay, I'm good. Am I missing anything? No. Okay, good. All right. One last little bit here to go. One last little bit, and then we're done. 100% worth it? Worth $2? Yeah, I guess that's Bits is America. That is $2, isn't it? Excuse me.
Damn, I didn't think I would miss him this much. Welcome back, Brian, I guess.
You know, Mel, at the end of the day, we learned a valuable lesson. We learned the same lesson that Ella learned when we were 23 years old, and she dyed her hair dark brown. Because she was tired of being blonde and wanted something, air quote, different. We learned the hard way that sometimes just because we want something different doesn't mean that we should give up what we already have. So, indeed, welcome back, Brian. We're sorry. Felix and Helga both tried their best, but no. Nope. Couldn't compete, couldn't compare. There's a way through one of the streaming tools, I don't know what it is, but you can choose your TTS. It might have been Streamlabs. Oh, you know what I think? I think it's actually I think that actual straight donos you can choose your
if you
voice with,
me,
right?
You wouldn't have swapped me for Felix of all options. Sag.
Felix was the best option. All right, listen. Thank you for 100 bit stuff. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You thought you could replace me? What a thing to do.
God damn it. Can you choose? Oh, hold on. Where do I fucking stream whatever link? Twitch.tv Evan Blair Art. I'm gonna go to my own Twitch channel.
I suppose
It's
I
weird
need
being
to
here.
be the better person. How else can I give Evan the bits he rightfully deserves?
Okay, dude. Okay.
Brian talking?
Thank you. I appreciate it. What are these fucking weird, like, preset tip things on Stream Elements? Can you seriously not choose your own TTS? I thought you absolutely could choose your own TTS. What is this bullshit?
What are we doing, chat? I want
Minnie! Holy shit, dude. Minnie, what is up, dog? Good to see ya. What's cracking, Minnie? You've come here to investigate on the rumored reports of art of Miniful. Is that what's up? What's up, Minnie? Dude, hold up. Now I get to do it. Now I get to do it. Now I get to do it. Boom. What? Oh, I just gotta respell it.
I made a hostile work environment and
There.
demanded
That works.
Brian
There it
leave.
goes. I did it that
came
time.
to regret
Hey, we
that
fucking got it.
decision.
I fat fingered a T in there. Shout out. Well, you can't shout out these streamers. Stop. Wait, can you? Apparently you can, actually. Dude. Hey, if you guys want to know my next target for my VTuber fan art series, where I draw all my cool VTuber friends and streamers that I watch, Minnie is the next on the list. All right. If you want to have yourself a Miniful day, make life Miniful. What's up, Minnie? Unironically, Minnie's one of my favorite streamers that I watch in the evenings. I'm not even kidding. When I'm just chilling, doing work and whatnot, I'm always just straight kicking it in Minnie's chat. I'm honored. Honored. Also, Minnie, can I give you a staff? I don't know. Like, usually I need to give everybody like a weapon or something like that. And I wanted to give you like a staff, I think. Is that okay? Like a healing staff or whatever? Because I feel like you'd be like a cleric or something. Is this okay? I'm gonna give you a big fancy.
If you shout at Evan Blair Art, I'll shout him out and embarrass the heck out of him.
Stop! You can't. No! God damn it, Minnie, chill. Holy shit, chill. Seriously, you're gonna be throwing bits. You made your point. You're cooler than me, all right? God damn it. I swear, these giant VTubers coming in here. Thank you, Minnie. I appreciate that. Shout no, Storkin, don't listen to her. God damn it. God damn it. My mods even betray me. All right, I'm doing it with the staff. I have a base. You want to see the base? I got a little bit. Ooh, should hold up? Can I spoil it? Can I spoil it? I did a little like 5-minute. I'll show you a thumbnail that I want to work with. Okay.
Long story short, I had an aneurysm over Brian not saying migraine right.
Okay.
We went to Felix. Brian came back quickly after that.
I'm gonna throw hands. I'm gonna throw hands. Okay. Hold on. Missions. Where is fan art? Boom. This is the thumbnail I'm working with. So I'm gonna put you in some armor. I'll make your wings all pretty and shit. And I was gonna give you a staff. So that's gonna be the art. The only thing I'm trying to figure out is which one of your fucking hairstyles to go with, Minnie. Which one of your hairstyles do I hit? That's the question. I'm thinking the mono undone fucking ponytail shit. I don't know what to call it. It's like a messy art school bun that came undone, but it's amazing.
Or are
so
we giving Evan money? Kappa.
Oh my god. Problem is I could hear Mendari's fucking cackle in the back of my brain. That's the problem, is that I can just hear it. It's just there. It's like a ghost. It's like she's haunting me. Thank you, Faye, for the 37 months. Thank you for considering me your prime option. I appreciate it. Evan might say migraine right if we donate. I don't listen. I didn't. Okay. I'm being bullied for my Canadian accent, and I don't appreciate it. God damn it. Chill. Jeez, wait, I'm trying to finish art. No, shit. No, I did finish art. No, fuck. Damn it. It's fine. This wasn't on the recording anyway, so. I think it's too low, right? Yeah, everything below this, like, belt line is not being picked up by the recording anyway, so. Being loved, Devin, is that what this is? I am cackling. I know when I can hear it. God damn it. See what I mean? I try and make cool art on Twitch, and I get bullied by giant relevant streamers like Ulner and Miniful and Mendari, and I can't even farm clout off of them. God damn it. At least if I'm gonna get bullied by giant streamers, I should at least be able to farm some clout off of it, so. What else is new? I know. Yeah, actually though. No, Minnie's my next target for my VTuber fan art appreciation Eldarification, and I'm excited for it. I'm probably gonna do it late February. Moose, holy shit! What's up? What's good, Moose? What's happening? What's cracking? Thanks for 100 bits, man. Guys, chill with the bits. Seriously, you don't gotta be throwing that. Chill. Memes aside, it's a lot of bits. I don't deserve it, but thank you. I will not be distracted today. This year, I said on January 1st, 2025, I said, no matter the TTS, no matter the stream, I would not be distracted. That for 5 hours a day at minimum, I will work solid all the way through. No distractions, no memes, no degenerate nonsense, that I would show you the might and power of Electronic Blair's arts. All right?
Okay, now we need to put Brian through his paces. Migraine, guacamole, militia, aneurysm, slowly dying on the inside. My brain hurts too much to come up with other words to force Brian
you're doing
to
your best, Bill. I appreciate it. Good enough, all right. I made an announcement. I'll wait for the show up. Wait for who? Wait, who? What? What do you mean? Who are you mobilizing? God damn. I'm supposed to farm clout off this. The cavalry? God, what do you mean? What kind of tracer ass nonsense is this, Minnie? What kind of tracer ass nonsense is this shit? I'm probably gonna start late February because I need to like pace myself on spending time doing my passion projects here and there. I've done a lot of nonsense and I have to get these commissions done. Now, when people commission me for projects that are in my own world, like this piece is, fucking G, let's go. Brilliant, let's get it. But I have a lot of other projects I need to get to. I need to catch up on, so.
Alright, I'll get the announcement ready for the cavalry when they arrive.
What cavalry? Dude, I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused. What the hell? What's up, Apple? What's up, dude? God damn it. There's an entire meme that I'm not privy to at this point in time. I don't even know what it is, but I will not be distracted. I will get this piece done. I will finish the art. And then one day in early 2027, I will draw Mendari's map. Thank God Rishi wasn't here to say that, or here to hear me say that. There we go. It's the cavalry. God damn it. Minnie, behave, please. God damn it. Chill, dog. Chill. Listen, I already ruined Ulmer's reputation this week. I don't need to embarrass myself in front of the other VTubers I follow, so. Yeah, what? I do feel a little bit bad though, because sometimes I'll do like some fan art of a friend or whatever, but not in like the anime style their model is in, obviously. And they'll catch some heat from it. I think it was Alma that said she caught some heat for it. She posted it and somebody was like mad or whatever on Twitter. They're like, what is this non-anime art? I thought we knew you. Or whatever. I think it was Alma. It was either Alma or Ashy, one of the two. What was everything? I love Ulner, I miss Ulner. I think I'm gonna get a chance to play some Monster Hunter with Ulner this weekend. I think I'm gonna get a chance to play with her, so I'm very much looking forward to it. Apple, damn it! Thank you for the gifted sub. What the fuck?
Apple Laddie gifted a tier 1 sub to Inkyun.
Dude, you don't gotta do that, alright? honored that you showed up for the meme. Okay, so thank you for the sub, though. It's more than I deserve, my friend. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you. God damn it. God damn it. Focus. Focus. Shoot you. Shoot you. We're almost there. Oh, I didn't do the background yet. Shit. Damn it. Damn it. I forgot about that.
Welcome everyone to the Evan Blair Art Show.
I'm
I am
gonna
Brian,
jump out a window.
your MC this evening.
It's cold out.
I am reading off
There's
of
snow.
a bunch of cards Mel wrote.
I will jump straight into that snowdrift.
I don't think I like it. Help.
Don't think I won't. I will fly out of this window straight into the snowdrift. I will sit there and sulk if you force me. Test not my ability to sit and sulk in a snowdrift when it's only, oh, it's minus 24. Never mind, that's pretty fucking cold. I was gonna say, oh, it's only minus 5. I can stay out there for a while. I will sit and sulk. But thank you, Mel, for the bets. I appreciate it. He'll jump out a window if we don't send him money. Chat, please help this poor streamer. Stop! Stop, Minnie. Stop. Come on, dude. I will not be distracted or discouraged, okay? I won't do it. I won't. I think I'm almost done. Almost. We're almost there.
Putting you through this hell is helping with my migraine actually. Laughter is the best medicine, Ivan Blhart.
The bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the bits, Mel. I'll set up a familiar summoning ritual for you. Oh, thanks, dog. I appreciate that. God damn it. Yeah, thanks for that. Shit, I just remember that I deleted all my progress in the other piece again. Why did I just remembered that. I was gonna do that after this. Fuck.
Don't jump out a window, Evan. Defenestration is not the answer. Angry face. Also commissions open. You wanna draw a little environment scene for me? I'll pay you money.
Fuck does that even mean, Faye? What does that even mean?
With the small donations, you two can save streamers from jumping out their window in the cold. If we don't, he'll sulk in the snow.
All right. All right. Faye, let me pin that for a second. If I make an offering of a unit TikTok that I made yesterday, can we call this a truce? Okay. I will play one, in bracket, ONE, Unaleska TikTok that I made yesterday. In exchange.
This is the first time I am meeting you and I'm so glad to meet you. Smiling face with hearts.
God damn it. Please go follow Minnie. She's amazing. Mel, Minnie's a fantastic, fucking phenomenal streamer. One of my favorites.
middle.s middle.tray middle.tion/defenestration/formal humorous the action of throwing someone out of a window.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks, that's okay. All right, hold on. I will make a peace offering of a TikTok of Yuna that I took yesterday in exchange for peace. All right, one Yuna TikTok. Here it is. Wait, it's muted. No, it's not muted. Wait, the tab's muted. Unmute. All right, one Yuna TikTok. You get one.
I would like to see the baby.
There.
I would like to see
Is this
the
enough?
baby.
Are we square now? Are we good? You need 3 more? You get 1 more.
That's my puppy dog.
I swear to God, why do I let Ella pick these fucking... What is she doing?
That's my puppy dog. That's my puppy dog.
I'm never clicking on Eunice's fucking TikTok account ever again. I can't believe this shit. I'm not, no. Ella, I'm deleting Eunice's TikTok. You've abused this. I try and set up her TikTok with good Star Wars memes and you use trending audio. God damn it. It's okay. I passed Ella on TikTok with this piece, so now I'm more relevant than her, so she has to farm clout off of me. Faye, environments. Am I doing environment commissions? Do I have environment commissions open? I think so. I think that I have them on my coffee. I'm pretty sure. I do environments and weapons through there because characters can expand out rapidly in a way that makes me want to shoot myself if I don't properly address with somebody the level of complexity. What's the likelihood that since I just talked shit about Ella, she's calling me now that she heard me? Yes, hello, this is Evan. I'm not showing them the crunch TikTok. They don't care about you eating a cucumber. Nobody in my... Minnie does not care. No, I'm not showing them the crunch TikTok. Okay, fine. You get one more Una TikTok. One more. All
Dude
right.
7. We must see crunch.
You want a TikTok of unit crunching vegetables? Wait, I gotta move it. There you go. I'm not sure if you can hear the crunches all that well. Look at this crazed little monster. Is it normal for dogs to eat vegetables with this level of, like, crazed fucking ferality? Look at her eyes go all weird, man. I swear to God. Okay. Okay. There you go. May we have peace now. Wait, I got distracted. Shit. Damn it. No, hold on. I got... Ah, fuck. Shit. Shit. Nope. I'm good. Line work. Shit. Wait, how's this gonna work? How did I do this last time? Did I merge the frame layer? I think I did. Okay, hold up. That's not what I meant to do. All right, we're almost done. I have but one small morsel of this to do. Merge line work. Always name your layers. If you don't name your layers, I'll know. And I'll be almost as disappointed in you as your parents are. Okay. Okay, background. What do we want to do for this? We want to do a sage thingy? Because she is a astral sage. Do a very faint one. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. So it's not going to look like there's anything there. But This is gonna be dope or awful. I don't know which, but we're going there. A little bit darker. Okay. Which one do we show? We showed more of this one. Okay. So, we're going to abuse the symmetry tool for this. That's what we're going to do. Because every time you have an opportunity to do something the quick way in Photoshop or the correct way, you always, never, don't, not, always listen to me and what I say about it. And you know what I always, don't, never, not, always say to do? Take that shortcut. Okay. And then we'll do another little one here. And we're done. And we're done. It is time. It is time to sign it. I'm going to sign it right here because I didn't really give myself much room. First piece of February. Control S. Control S. There it is. All right. Now, the other thing I was going to do today that I ended up deleting. How much did I delete of this? I'm so mad. I deleted so much of this. I'm so butthurt. God fucking damn it. I deleted so much of this sketch. Fuck, I'm so dumb. That's actually more than just 20 minutes that I thought. It was more like 40 minutes of sketching that I lost on this morning because I just hit the fucking delete key. Dude. It's okay. I finished One Piece today. I finished One Piece. I finished our rabbit folk. Windra. What's her name? I don't know. Haven't named her yet. So she's gonna be an NPC actually in Horizon. She's gonna be an NPC in Horizon. Thank you, Cass. Appreciate it. I started putting on that tangent. No, it was my bad. Nope, entities. I didn't save it. That's completely my stupid fault. And also then I just hit delete without thinking. So, nope, I'm the problem here. That's it. That's all there is. Fuck, I'm just mad. I'm just mad is all, even though it's my fault. So, regardless, she will be an NPC that someone has commissioned the creation of for the Horizon campaign, in which you will be able to access in the adventure. She's going to be a specific NPC in the Floating Mountain Magic Shop, to which players will be able to exchange any Eldari rune fragments found on the island of Horizon for buffs, boons, and cool-ass shit. So, as an example, the fragments might sell for 20 gold, but you might be able to sell one to her for a healing potion for 50 gold. So, things like that. But I need to do some last-minute touch-ups on this. I need to not look at it for a little while, because there's some mistakes and stuff in here, some little things that need adjustments, small things that need like a extra little bit of shade or a little bit of cleanup in the line work. So I never like to deliver a piece as soon as I finish it. I need to like walk away from this and not look at it today for another couple of hours. But I kind of dig the Astral Sage like attire that we did for this. The design for the clouds mixed and mingled with the hello Ella. Oh wait, your hair looks pretty. Where you got it cut as well? Are you growing out your bangs?
We don't like the bangs right
Winona
now.
just did the thing with the bangs because it looks real weird. It looks good. This is weird as fuck. We'll see how long your curls last. What are these? Oh, okay.
I'm so proud of them.
All right, check it out, guys. Ella's making Pokemon fan dice, and so she made a little. She 3D printed, and then painted a little Snorlax that she's gonna put in dice, as well as I think she started with Snorlax and Pikachu, So she's gonna be doing some little Pokemon dice. Obviously, you can't sell these at conventions. That's IP problems. Sorry, we can't sell them online. These look good, Elle. Or just DM her. Yeah, yeah. Can't publicly sell Pokemon dice. We'd never do that. But you can make them put them on Instagram, and that's cool. Good job, Ella. But yeah, I'm glad we made some decisions with the Sage attire to use the kind of star map as well as the cloud motif on this character. So, good job, one and all. Can you please get a gumball machine and fill it with a bunch of mini Pokemon? A gumball machine? That's not a bad idea. That's kind of hilarious. Dude, you make a bunch of... Yo, you make chonks for a random Pokemon. Dude, I don't know. Would people be disappointed they got a Pokemon they didn't like? Because these would have to be... Because of the extra added effort in printing and painting, these would be more expensive than her regular chonks. And her regular chonks are up there. She does not... I mean, everyone says that her chonks are not expensive enough. But at conventions, it's one of those things where it's like, you can say to an artist, like, oh, you should charge more. But at a convention, if you like charge more and they don't, you know... They spend hundreds of dollars on random card packs. Yeah, but these are dice nerds, okay? These are dice nerds we're talking about. This is a different breed from trading card nerds. Steph, that looks awesome. She did such a good job painting him. Look at him. He's a little Snorlax. Not focused, but you get the point. Look at him. Got a little butt and everything. That's so cool. Ella, did you hear Steph's idea?
No.
Get a gumball machine or a gotcha machine and put random dice in, and then people can buy a ticket for a random Pokemon die. Because Ella did want to do a gotcha machine.
The Bandai gotcha machine, because I can put my D20 in it.
I know. Exactly. That's what I mean.
Also better.
Better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did she do your bangs like that?
She always says that. They used to have
Did
long bangs,
you get Yuna?
No.
You're gonna go to her later. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, what's the band? Is it on Amazon?
Yeah.
Is this Bandai
Gotcha.
Gotcha machine? Hold on.
First one.
Hold on, we gotta see this. That's expensive.
I know. But like those dice are going to be about $60 each, so.
This you're gonna be about 60. You can put them in little capsules. Can you get more capsules? Because people are gonna want to keep them.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, we'd have to do something to make this look like a medieval gotcha machine. Like we'd have to put like paint it and stuff so that it looks like it fits in with your booth.
Yeah.
You could do that, and then you could pay what, $60 and then get a gotcha random Pokemon die.
If they're random, I think probably $55.
That's fair.
Because yeah, like other dice makers have gotchas for like single shitty dice.
That's a great fucking idea.
But I feel like if I did for really cool dice, specifically
Yeah.
Pokemon, it would go pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be actually sick.
And I could, if I had on my website for random dice, because I don't know.
Oh, you say random monster die?
Or monster die. And I could do random monster videos for people who order online.
Yeah, okay. That's a cool idea. Alright. These took you a while to paint though, didn't they? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll get faster. Yeah, you will get faster, don't worry. But I don't
I'm not an hour in on this movie.
That's a long time. Yeah, that's cool. Snorlax and Pikachu so far. That's fucking sick. You can do shiny variants as well. Oh my god. You get a shiny variant. Oh, okay, alright. That's fucking sick. Conventions this season are gonna be cool. Avail, what's up, dude? Back in time to see such cuteness. Alright, chill. Alternatively, eat a million Kinder Surprise eggs, wash the shells, and put them in mystery covered bowls. Damn. Damn. Yeah, Steph, Ella was wanting to do random gotcha dice for a long time, so that's a hilariously good idea. That you like the idea to do put these in a random gumball machine or whatever, a gotcha machine, is timely. You have no idea. Machine tray, tentative, fits for Gotcha try, whatever. Yeah, it's about $200 Canadian for the gotcha machine. So, I'd have to pay. So Ella's table, whenever you go to Ren fairs or whatever, you have to understand, Ella I designed her table for her to be as lore accurate as possible. Right? So there's like, oh, that's a geeky market. So this is her normal table at conventions. And you can see my Eldara shit because I was on the table beside her. But it's all based around sort of feeling and looking like a fantasy medieval shop while still being portable. Gold Bidoff. That's a great idea. Even comes with even comes with music. So if she finds room for the gacha machine, which would be hard on her current setup, she doesn't have a lot of room for anything almost. I'd have to like paint it up and stuff to look like a fantasy version of the gacha machine, however that would be. I don't know. Gold Pokemon for the big supporters. That's not a bad idea. 1 gold Buddha for every 100. Dude, I'm making the announcement right here. I'm making the announcement right now. Ella doesn't even know this announcement's a thing, but Ella Blackwood on the Blackwood Dice Patreon later this month, within the week, is going to have random monster dice on her Patreon, so you too can gacha. Oh my god, that's gonna be so sick. Yep, you can get a random monster d20 every month. That's right, unless you live in Europe, in which case you get every 3 months. In shipping, holy shit, could you imagine shipping to Europe? Jesus. Ella, did you hear what I announced for you?
I just had an idea.
What's your idea?
So, I'm trying to move away from a lot of the 3D printing shit.
Yeah.
So imagine I take one of the crates, break it down, and build that around the gacha.
That's a great idea, especially the one on the left. Yeah. Why am I looking on my screen? The tall one? Yeah.
And like build that onto the gacha.
You build like a hole in it or whatever. Yeah. That's the play.
Yeah.
Because the dragon skull, like having a dragon skull and some dice towers is always necessary. But if you have 1 mushroom, 1 dragon skull, and 1 mimic on that side, and then a couple of chests, that's enough for the 3D stuff.
Yeah.
And then if you build the gacha into that other one, that's genius. That's what you do. Yeah. Imagine saying the word Europe. Okay, listen. You mean EU?
EU.
Oh, EU. Oh, okay. I thought you're just ewing Guapo because he's European now.
EU.
Because he's French now with his French passport. Congratulations, Guapo. Thank God Guapo wasn't here to hear the French-Canadian TTS voice. Make him lose his mind. Okay, we can do that. We can do Gacha Machine for... When's the first market? GameCon? June. ArtCon in June. Fuck. That's a lot. That's... Okay. We have time to do this then.
No, not if I get into the Expo.
Not if you get into Expo, that's right. Into Calgary Expo. Shit. It'll be fine, Ella. It'll be fine. Imagine being French. Yeah, bro was American. He Frenchified himself. Holy shit, could you imagine? Who moves to France? All right. Well, that's enough nonsense for today. I made an art. There it is. I'll post the process video there or whatever at some point in time. But I got to go and help Ella with some stuff because she's home, and I was gonna be off when she got home because I gotta go help her with some shit now. So anyway, thanks for chilling. I appreciate it, y'all. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are lovely and wondrous. Thank you for the raids today. Thank you for the bits, even if they were rage bits. Never listen to anything Minnie says. If she ever tells you to cheer bits, tell her there is a stink bug on her wall. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you for chilling with me and having a great fucking time and a great day. Tomorrow we're doing landscape. Tomorrow's gonna be awesome. We're gonna do a landscape piece. It's gonna be dope. I'm gonna do some actual literal world building Wednesday. World building on World Building Wednesday, which is tomorrow, because I am gonna check my watch to make sure today's Tuesday. Yeah, got it. Always know the day of the week. So yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. It'll be dope. Astral Sages. I might be on tonight. So if you guys aren't following Project Evangeline or TDC, thank God. But I will be posting the Discord when I'm live tonight doing world building stuff and writing the last mechanics of the Astral Knight. If you're around, you want to be part of that. That'll be a dope stream tonight. It won't be on this channel though. I never stream the evenings on this channel typically. It's always one of my alts. So I will post in the announcements channel, and I will likely not at the server unless I decide to. Shit, maybe I should, because if people don't know. I don't know. It'll be around. So I'll see you then. Have a great rest of your day. Hope you all enjoyed your stay. Be live at the very least tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. But until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.